All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to episode 44 of Video Games Are Hardo. I'm one of your hosts, Sid, not Trey. This is my co-host, Average Trey.
Hello there.
And we have two guests. We have two additional people to the podcast today for a second iteration of our top 10 table podcast.
Woo!
Kind of. We haven't done one of these in 30 episodes, but we have Planktonsecretformula.
Hello.
And we have the returning guest, Kao.
What up?
And today we're counting down, not top 10 video games of all time. 3 of us have done that. Maybe we'll get Planktons at some point today, or like maybe some iteration of it. But we're going to do top 10 hardest games that we've ever played or interacted with, or we're going to figure out what the hell the definition of a hard game is in this podcast, or what we think a hard game is.
Yeah,
but anyway,
so this
welcome
was
to the show.
this was very much like up to the interpretation of how you took the question. It's like, is it top 10 objectively hardest games or top 10 personal experience? And I kind of did like a combination of all those in my list. I don't know about you guys.
Yes.
I mean, mine was pretty much all just personal experience. I haven't played a lot of games in my life, honestly.
I'd love to have a conversation about what makes a video game difficult, but there's some factors that go into it. How long is it? How strong is it?
Yeah.
How long is it?
Et cetera, et cetera.
How much time it wants to get the friction on? Is that the next?
That is what's next on the list. But there's a lot of factors going in here. Like, obviously, like a 10-minute long game's not going to be the hardest game you've ever played unless.
Sure.
Spoilers.
But what if it's like the hardest Mario Maker level ever made, and it's like 3 minutes long, but it's like the hardest thing ever?
But
yeah, true. That's a good point.
But then, like, what is, like, we're gonna get into it.
Yep.
But like, genres of games for people can be harder than for other people.
Exactly.
So it's difficult. It's difficult to figure it out. But we're here. So the last time we did this, we did it Trey, and we had the guests, and then me ending the cycle, the circle.
You know what? I'm gonna be the good cop. You know what? Sid's the bad cop. I'm the good cop. As the good cop, I will give our brand new guest. Kao's the veteran. He's been here a few times. Was on the last top 10. Plankton, the new arrival to the show. What order do you want to go in for the 4 of us?
Me? I mean, honestly, I would prefer to go last, probably, or maybe somewhere in the middle. I'm not too sure, but
okay.
Other than
Maybe first.
Wait.
All right, fine. KO first.
What the fuck?
Okay, I'm gonna ixnay all of this. I like the idea of just Trey going first and sandwiching the guests still.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Then, solid X-nay.
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
Right,
I wanted to
Plankton.
give the illusion of choice to Plankton, but you don't have any choice.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Hey, Plankton, we talked about this beforehand. You had to just choose what we were choosing.
Right.
Yeah. But we all have our prepared top 10 hardest games.
Yeah.
And I was ordering it right, like just like the top 10 pod, the top 10 best games, favorite games. I was ordering it right up until we started recording.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I put a lot more thoughts into the top 10 favorite games list. I probably worked for thinking about it, a cumulative multiple hours for the last one, but for this one, maybe an hour tops thinking about this whole thing. So
I think I might have thought about this one more.
Really?
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some games I definitely forgot in mine, but
the thing is, okay, I spent more time researching this one, right? Because I already kind of knew what my top 10 favorite games were. Like, I knew my top 15.
Yeah,
but
Okami.
Sort of. Yeah, Okami. But the problem is with this one, it's man, what games have I even there's some unmemorable games that I've kind of played that were just really hard, right? And it's I gotta put them on the list. You know?
I looked at my video game shelf. I actually sent you and Trey a snap of my video game shelf, and looking through that shelf, I was just dude, I haven't played that game in so long, but it was so hard.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta admit, it was a pretty nice collection there. I was impressed.
Thanks. Plankton, how long did you take on this list?
I took like an hour. I actually didn't pick any unmemorable games. I picked like pretty much games that I could easily like remember, honestly. Like
I did my best to do the same thing.
Just because I wanted to have like something to talk about. Like if it was a game that I've like barely played, like I just wouldn't have anything to say about it other than I've heard it's really hard.
Yeah, I have those in my honorable mentions, and some of my honorable mentions I have games like that.
One game is in my list that I've barely played that I know I had such a difficult time that I had to put on the list. And but yeah, so we're gonna get started. We're gonna start with the top 10. Average Trey, kick us off. We'll figure it out.
I love going first. I set the tone, and people feel less intimidated because they're like, well, Trey's list is kind of mid, so I don't feel so bad now. Anyway, all right, so I guess as I go through mine personally, I will sort of say, oh, this one I put it here because of personal experience. This one I put here because of the, difficulty settings that were available to me, or it's just objectively the hardest. This one at number 10, I would rank more towards the personal experience side of things. Because at number 10, I put Metroid Prime 2 Echoes on the GameCube. It's a game that I played at a very young age. I must have been like 9 or 10 years old. It was a long time ago. But this was perhaps the most trouble I had just like figuring out where to go in a game. Because it's so... Like, I'm sure if I played it now, it wouldn't be nearly as cryptic. I could like use the scan visor more to figure out what's going on. Because there's probably some pretty good hints in that. But one thing in particular that sticks out to me was like figuring out there's like this glass tunnel. You have to just figure out, you have to power bomb it to move on. And unless you played Super Metroid, which has something similar to that, you just have like no idea unless you scan it and be like, oh, this material looks like blah, blah, blah. And that like somehow signals to you, oh, you got to power bomb it. Just various cryptic things. Then in the end game, oh boy, there's like an ending because I'm sure Sid played this game as well. Mm-hmm. Near the ending, you have to find these like 9 Sky Temple keys, and they're invisible unless you have the dark visor on. And I don't remember if there's like any notice of like where to find these things, but you gotta like search the entire world, a relatively big world with like multiple different like Agon Waste, Torvis Bog. There's like all these different areas, searching for these 9 keys. And I mean, beyond the exploration part, which is like very easy to get lost in, I remember some of the bosses being surprisingly hard to actually beat, especially for a little kid me. I was not the most adept at games. I kind of gravitated towards the more easy stuff that I could handle. But this was like, definitely put my gamer pants on to beat some of these bosses, man. It was tough. And to put the final cherry on top, I suppose, I never actually beat this game. I got to the final boss, Emperor Ing, and then I guess there's the Dark Samus final thing after that I never even got to. Yeah. I played Emperor Ing a couple times, died to him a couple times, was like, I'll come back to this later. It seems kind of difficult, but I'll come back with a fresh mindset. And then I never I never came back to it. I think I just I felt intimidated or something. I don't know. It was a combination of like that weird feeling of like not wanting to finish a game along with, I don't know if I can do this, man. This final boss, I just don't understand it. But again, it's one of those things where it was just my personal experience, the age I was when I played it. This was the early days of the internet when like you couldn't just, I mean, I could have game faxed it, but like, come on, right? Like,
dude, that's the thing.
What's the thing?
Well, the thing is, sorry, I thought Sid was going to check. The thing is, like, video game difficulty has changed, man. It's like, back in the day, like, one of the most difficult things, and one of the most difficult things even for me, like, even today, is just, like, getting lost in games, you know? Like,
oh, yeah.
I just, like, can't find my way through, like, a certain section. I'm just, like, pacing for, like, hours straight. And it's annoying because, like, you lose your mind faster doing that than, like, oh, man, this, like, challenge is difficult. It's like, I'm the challenged one here. Like, my brain is not functioning. I need to know where I'm going. But, like, nowadays, it's like, okay, where are the keys? Like, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, dark key location. It's like, boom, solved.
Yeah, but, I feel like my time limit on, like, as a kid, I was much more willing to just, like, walk around and meander until I find something. Nowadays, I'm like, well, my PC is right here. I'm just going to go to this IGN article and look it up.
So we're doing the list of the top 10 hardest games that we've played. If we were doing a list of top 10 games that made me feel like an idiot, it would be a very different list. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just like, I feel really dumb playing you. I don't think you're hard, but I feel so stupid.
Yeah, I mean, the gameplay was pretty tough too in this game, don't get me wrong. So.
Yeah. I remember, so Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, it like pretty much was the end of me playing every game over and over again when I was a kid. Like, I've talked about that era before with like Twilight Princess, but I did 100% that game, but I've never been like, I need to go back and play it. Like, I think the end of Metroid Prime 2 Echoes just kind of went just like, oh, that I'm okay not to play it anymore.
It's a sick game though.
Yeah.
We should race it at some point, but I don't know. Maybe someday.
We'll try it. We'll do like a 1-day thing. It's like, oh, whoever gets the furthest.
Yeah, whoever gets the
not
furthest,
making it past the final boss.
Yeah, whoever can get the furthest like in a 10-hour period wins.
You have any thoughts on Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, Plankton?
I have never played any Metroid game in my life. I have no idea what any Metroid game is like, but I do know somebody that did speedruns of Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, and they were a friend of mine, and they used to rage super hard. That's all I can say about that.
Never made it past the final boss.
Oh. So who wants to go next? So we're going to do Trey and then sandwich the guests together and then me. So who wants to go first of Kao and Plankton?
You can have the illusion of choice here, Plankton.
Yeah, sure. I'm good with either.
Oh my god! You sicken me. All right, I'm going next. You disgust me.
I can just imagine Trey with the layout on the YouTube video, like switching it back and forth like it's a mystery.
Oh no!
No, what I was gonna do was Plankton would choose somebody, be like, okay, we're gonna go the other one.
Yeah, that would have been sick. If only we got a choice.
If only that universe was this one. Oh well.
All right, Kao, you are at number 2.
As usual, I've tiered my list, and the first tier that we're going to be going through is the talc tier of games. These games are rocks, but just barely. They're not even hard. But at number 10, we got Monster Hunter World. So this game, right? The most difficult thing about Monster Hunter games that I realized when I tried to and subsequently refunded Monster Hunter Rise is they just like drop you off with like all of the resources or like all of the like move set, and the game complexity is just as high when you first load into the game, like your first like 30 minutes of the game, as it is like when you're finishing the game. Like you don't gain like any new moves like by upgrading your weapons or anything in like Monster Hunter games, right? And a lot of the time, like the movesets are like really complex, and I played Monster Hunter games like without the like Palico cat. You can have like a companion who like can tank hits for you. I was a longsword player. Longsword has like a counter move, right? So if you take a hit and you time a counter, you can like do like a return slash that has like a bunch of benefits. But the problem is like if you have a familiar, it's annoying because they're gonna like randomly tank attacks for you that you want to counter. But essentially, what makes this game really hard is it's sort of like Soulsy in a sense, especially if you don't know the familiar. It's Souls it's Souls like.
Wow.
It's like a Souls like. Like essentially, I don't know. It's like a Souls-like where your moveset is just really, really weirdly complicated. And in Rise, I couldn't even like rebind my rebind like my controller. I can remap like my buttons in the way that I wanted. Whereas in World, I had like a completely different button mapping. It was like mapped sort of like Dark Souls, where I could use like R1 to do like a light slash and R2 to do like my heavier slashes sort of deal. Yeah. But I mean, I guess that's like sort of artificial difficulty, which is why the game is in talc tier. But
wait, you couldn't? There was no remapping the things options?
Not in Rise. There were like pre-made. It was like I'm back in like 2005, and I've got like 2 options. It's like Halo Reach, where you can have like a bumper jumper setting. You got like you have like 3 different control schemes that are like pre-made, like Southpaw, bumper jumper,
and
blah,
then
blah,
like
blah.
2 of them are garbage, and one of them's like decent.
Yeah, one of them's exactly. That's the exact.
It's like it might be like learning to play Super Smash Brothers Wii, I guess, or like Super Smash Brothers. Wait, Wii U.
Super Smash Bros. Wii.
Wii. Wii
You
U
mean
and no
Wii U.
for the Wii U and or Ultimate, and being like, oh, I'm accustomed to this control scheme, and then trying to go back to Melee, and it's just like, oh well, I can't. There's like some controls that I just like got used to that I can't go back with.
Yeah, it's pretty horrifying. But that's my pick. Hope you liked it.
I have
not. Was it Rise or World?
World, but I tried Rise and then refunded it. Rise is even harder because Rise had the stupid like in World I could rebind my I could remap my stuff. But in Rise I could not. So I'm it's even harder, but I didn't play it.
As KO's number 10 is Monster Hunter World plus Rise, kind of.
Rise kind of. Yeah.
Solid.
Rise was too hard.
All right, Plankton, what's your thoughts on Monster Hunter?
I again never played Monster Hunter.
I've never played Monster Hunter 2 either. I don't know.
We're gonna see a big trend here with games that I've just never played, because I've pretty much anything that's not like a Nintendo game from the early 2000s, there's a solid chance I've never heard of it.
Okay.
Hey, wait, I have a Nintendo game from early 2000s. Have you played Metroid Prime 2 Echoes?
Oh, true.
Damn. All right.
That's like 2004,
Got me
2003.
there. Got me there.
All right, Plankton, number 10.
My number 10 is Donkey Kong 64, and I put this there because, first off, this was like the first game I ever owned as a child. I think I got this game when I was like 6 years old, and I instantly loved it. I just loved the music and everything, but I put at number 10 because I did end up getting through it at some point in my life, but it took me many years of trying to get through this game. One, because I was always trying to 100% it, but two, and again, this is my personal experience. Everything on my list is completely personal experience, because
it's everybody's.
Again, yeah. But yeah, so it just like took me a really long time to get through some of these mini games. Like the mini games were crazy hard to get some of these golden bananas, but then on top of that, to actually beat the game, and I would get to this point every single time I would play this game, but to actually beat the game, you have to beat these 2 like arcade like games that you get from Cranky Kong, and one of them's like in a factory, and like one of the games is like this old rare game from like the arcade days, I guess, but
rare
then
game?
like Yeah. I think it's a rare game anyway. It's to get the rare coin. You have to get a rare coin to beat the game. It's the only way.
Like the developer Rare?
Yeah, the developer.
I was making a joke, but I thought you just meant Rare.
I was trying to figure out which one it was as well.
It's only in 1 out of every 100 copies.
Yeah, 1 out of every 100 copies. But yeah, so but then on top of that, you also had to beat like the old arcade DK game. You had to beat the first 4 levels with 1 life.
Hey, that's no simple
you
task.
have to do it twice. And dude, I used to like look up ways to do it. Like there's crazy RNG too that you could just die to at any second during this, and you only have 1 life, dude. It took me so many years until finally in like 2020, I just like grinded it out for like 7 hours and was like, I'm going to stop at nothing to beat this game, and I just did it. It was a glorious moment. I'm pretty sure I still have that moment clipped on my Twitter.
That's a tearjerker.
It was.
I'm proud of you, man.
But yeah.
Hey, I believe it. Seeing these SMS IL grind streams, I could see you grinding that. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely fits with my mantra of grinding.
Yep.
Yeah. For Donkey Kong 64, like the only memory I have of it is like playing with my cousin, who's like how much older than me, 5 years older than me. So it's just like when I'm 7 and he's 12, I'm just like, well, I'm just gonna get destroyed in every game we're playing. And so it's just like coconut shots across the map, and I'm sitting there going like peanut shots. What is it? I don't remember what the guns are.
Yeah.
Fire
He has a peanut.
And he's just shooting me across the map, and I'm just like, well, this, you know what? I would perceive that game as hard.
But he hits you, it's gonna hurt.
Oh, Ain't that the truth?
Good number 10. It is pretty obtuse. All right. My number 10. It's me, Sided Williams. Hey. My number 10 is pretty like straightforward. This is like you see this on a top 10 hardest games list, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Like maybe I haven't played it, but hey, it's a Souls like, or it's a Souls game, or whatever. It's Bloodborne. I put it as number 10. I played it for a while. This is a game I've never beaten. Not for pure difficulty though. I remember like it was my second Souls game. I never played Dark Souls 2 before Bloodborne, so I played Dark Souls 1 and was like, oh, okay, this was fine. Maybe I had difficulty with some. I don't really remember, but Bloodborne, some of the early bosses are really like what's a good word? Fidgety. Like they're massive and they have large swings, and you're just kind of like, well, I can't see you when you jump in the air. This is kind of unfair. And
the camera like works against you.
Yeah, a little bit, but maybe that's just a me problem. Who knows? And just like facing the what do you call them? Like the player like enemies, where they're just like the bipedal, just like they're just a human like you.
Normally they're called invaders, but I don't know what they're called in Bloodborne.
But like just like the regular in-game invaders, they're just so difficult because they have all the abilities you have, and you know what? I'm probably worse at the game than they are because they're in the game. And yeah, but after a certain point, I put the game down, being like, oh, I just beat this really hard boss. I'll just put it down. And then 6 months later, I tried to pick it back up, and I was so deep in the game that I couldn't just like pick the game back up and continue because I was just like in a fresh new area that was really difficult. And like I had to try to relearn the game. So I just put it back down again. So my difficulty is like my difficulty is myself made with Bloodborne, where it's just like, oh, well, I hit this. This wall is basically a wall that just kind of formed over time. Like instead of eroding, it just like formed. Just like, oh, you could play today. Oh, it would, and then the wall just keeps getting higher and higher. And I'm too deep in the game that I'd ever want to like restart it. Also, like who turns on their PS3s anymore? But like in addition to Bloodborne itself, like anything PvP related in Dark Souls or like any of those Souls-like games is the most difficult for me because I know that I have not dedicated enough time to beat anybody. So just like my like build is always very like common and not difficult to fight against. So like anytime that I played PvP in like Dark Souls, I was like, I never played PvP in Bloodborne, but I didn't put Dark Souls on this list. So I'll just put the PvP portions that are probably the same kind of thing because like I have difficulty with the regular human-esque enemies in Bloodborne. I assume that I'll have the same difficulty with like PvP. And like just anything where it's against another player that in a game as hard as Bloodborne is, there's no shot. And yeah, I think it's a respectable choice. Like you're gonna die in this game, just like any Souls-like game. But this one just took the cake because I put so much time into it and just kind of left it, and I shouldn't have. And that's my number 10.
Really be
solid.
Like that.
I'm surprised that
10.
it's so high on the list. I thought that was like one of the toughest you would have played or something.
I
played harder.
Top
like
tier.
Like, I don't think the game itself is that difficult. Like, it's just what you expect from a Souls game. You go in and just like, okay, well, figure out the attack pattern, get away. Like bosses in Elden Ring, I don't find super difficult. Like I die a lot to the minor Erd trees, but that's because I'm just like, I'm so tired of this fight. Like, I don't think it's difficult, but at the same time, like I'm dying. So it's just like, what is it, difficulty or the fact that I'm just getting bored and then dying? Like it's maybe some mental gymnastics on my part, but who knows? But yeah, number 10, that's going to be it. So we're going to start with number 9 for Trey. And unless anybody has any like thoughts about Bloodborne,
I have one little thought. I mean, you
Yeah.
mentioned the minor Erd trees in Elden Ring, and like, that's another thing about like difficulty, right? Is like you just make something like really, really long and like, punishing. Like, is it difficult? Like, let's say like a boss like in Elden Ring, not really a spoiler, but they're not really even a boss, minor trees. You fight them and they just kind of like one-shot you, but they're like really, really predictable and slow,
Yeah.
They have very, very easy attacks to dodge, but they've got a lot of health. They don't stagger, so you can't like combo them and like take all their health away.
They do stagger.
Oh, they do? Well, they probably do, but they have a very, very like, they're not easy to stagger.
No,
thing.
For sure.
They're extremely difficult to stagger. And they, they like one-shot you. So it's like, that's like a form of difficulty. You can just make a boss that's like really, really easy, but has a shit ton of HP and one-shots you. And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, now we're into, that's difficult.
Like, what territory are we in now in difficulty? Like, you didn't make a hard boss, but I'm having a hard time because fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard, right?
Yeah.
If a boss takes an hour to beat, and like, if you make one mistake, you die, but like, it's actually like, you have to have your eyes closed to make a mistake. It's like...
It's a different kind of, it's a mental stamina difficulty.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd say that counts.
I literally died to the minor Erd tree once because I looked away to look at Discord.
Yeah.
like I was just like, oh, I got a notification. I looked over. I'm like, fuck, he did whatever. I hate this boss. This boss is so dumb.
That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
My one Bloodborne thought is that I would be glad to play it as soon as I ever get a PlayStation. So.
Oh, I think it's like, it's probably, even with Elden Ring, I think it's the most fun I've had playing a Souls-like. The combat is very, very satisfying.
Cool.
A Soulsborne Kiro Ring game.
Yeah. Plankton, have you ever played Bloodborne?
No. What a surprise. I've never played Bloodborne either.
Damn, that's crazy.
But yeah, you know what? My thought's the same as Trey's. If I ever get a PlayStation, in there playing Bloodborne.
If I ever buy a used PlayStation 3, you know what, bro? I'm in there. Yeah, I think it's just PS3.
Wait, you can't play it on like PS5?
Is it also on PS4? I don't think you can play it on PS5 now.
I thought it was just PS4.
It's on PS3.
How does anyone play it these days then?
Oh, it is PS4. You're right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there's no way, like.
No, you're right.
I'm pretty sure, like, at some point they re-released it on PS4. Yeah.
It's just been so long that I'm just like, oh, it was on a system in the past, so I'm just like, oh, PS3. And it's just like, I guess that's where my head was.
And no one uses PS3 anymore.
PS triple?
A PS triple. All right, number 9. We're the hot number 9. All right, we got one. Fire Emblem Radiance Dawn on the Wii.
Ooh.
And this is one. This was like the 4th Fire Emblem I played. So the first FE I played was Three Houses. Got me into the series. Then I played FE7. No, I played Path of Radiance on the GameCube. Then FE7 on the Game Boy Advance. And then Radiant Dawn. And of the 4 I played, I'd say this is the hardest one of the 4. Even though I had the experience of the typical Fire Emblem gameplay, I played on hard mode on Path of Radiance because I heard like it's one of the easier ones. And it wasn't too terribly hard. Like I had some difficulty in some later chapters, but it wasn't too hard. I played on normal mode, Radiant Dawn, and I would say it's nearly up there with like maddening Three Houses, which was like, not that bad because I wasn't like going in blind, but going in like a blind playthrough normal mode Radiant Dawn proved to be quite difficult because it's kind of different than most other FEs from what I've heard. You tend to like not really stick with the same party members throughout your playthrough and like add on more as you go. It constantly switches between chapters. Like now you're with this group of people, and a few chapters down, now it's a totally different group of people. And like, especially, I made the end game way harder than it should have been for myself. The final boss was way harder than it had to be. So the final boss, it has like, just like picture this dude like in the middle. I'm trying to remember exactly how it went. I think it has like some AoE thing where every turn, no matter what, someone gets hit or like multiple people get hit. And I had to like figure out, okay, I think like the damage it does to me depends on how close I am to it or like where I am in relation. I can't like, it's kind of,
bro.
it doesn't even
this
like
is
explain.
Actually the Ender Dragon.
Really, the Ender Dragon? Like
You're
that?
Describing the Ender Dragon, bro.
It does more damage depending on how close you are to it?
I think it pushes you further away.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like very mysterious how much damage it would do to me. And on top of that, I don't know, I would just like lose units randomly. Then again, it is the final boss, so like if you lose units, it doesn't matter from a gameplay standpoint because, you know, there is permadeath in these games, but like final boss, once you beat it, it's over. So like if you lose someone, whatever, you just don't see them in the credits. And like in the credits are like, oh, this person passed away. Oh no.
Oh
no, please.
The in memoriam credits.
Yeah. But like basically, I made this final boss way harder than it had to be because there's a really, really good, what do they call it? Jagan unit, like a really solid, I guess, boss unit on your team named Tibarn. He's like this hawk guy who has like ridiculously high stats. And somehow I managed to kill my Tibarn in a previous late game chapter, just being kind of reckless. And I'm like, I'm sure I don't need him. But he would have made this final boss like not tremendously, just quite a bit easier. But he was gone. So I was like, well, fuck. Now I have to like MacGyver my way into just barely surviving against this freak. But yeah, final boss was harder than it had to be. And overall, game was pretty tough. Fun game though. I just don't. Again, I wasn't even the hardest difficulty in the game, so like I can only imagine how much worse. I don't know, hard mode or maniac mode would be. It's crazy. So
yeah, that makes total sense. Like,
and I don't think anyone here's played an FE game. So.
No, well, like
I played Marth and Melee.
Well, that's close enough. So
Plankton plays a character that's good against Marth and Melee.
Kinda.
Yeah. True. That's true. That's actually true. It's actually just true.
Applause in the chat for Sid. I played one Fire Emblem. Like my only experience with like those. Do we call it a turn-based strategy?
Grid-based.
Yeah.
Something with strategy. I don't know.
The only thing about I recently played Triangle Strategy, and I'm just like I don't know if I have the patience for them. Like if I played more of them, they would probably fill my top 10. Like that kind of
and then
deal.
again, I don't even know if Triangle Strategy is good or not. But.
Yeah, but nobody will because the demos so horrible.
No.
All right. That was KO.
Damn, it's impressive.
You got a number 9.
Yeah, I got a number 9 large extra salt.
True.
Extra talc.
Yeah, extra talc. We're talced up to the max. Number 9, we're putting in. We got some boring games coming up. Number 9, Sekiro. So number 9. So Sekiro is like.
Are you saying it's boring?
No. It's just like, putting your souls, like slap them in there, bing bang bong.
Oh yeah,
like predictable choices. Yeah.
Number 10, Dark Souls 1. Number 9, Dark Souls 2. Number 8. So,
Dude, that was almost my list for a second that I thought about it. Like, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I can't do that. This is my, like, stand-in for, like, the Souls, series. So
whereas mine
I
was
played,
Bloodborne, yours is Sekiro. Yeah.
I have played Dark Souls 1. That game was more challenging to me at the time because I had less information. I knew less about the series. I was younger as well. But, so it was, like, maybe a little bit more challenging. But I think Sekiro is like more. This is an objective list. My list is objective. It's not based on personal experience, unlike your guys' lists. I just want that to be known.
Fraudulent list.
Your lists are wrong. I just hate to say, but that's
fine. It's only correct to tier them by talc and then mystery.
And you don't know what's next. But yeah. So we got Sekiro. I really love Sekiro. I think it made my top 10 games of all time, just barely. It's got really, really awesome combat and stuff, but the combat's really hard. One of the things with Sekiro that was very, very challenging to me. It was challenging to me in particular. Is there's some areas of the game where I got lost, which is weird because it's like a linear game. But there's this one area of the game if you played the game. You would know of like a large like fish creature they have to feed like poison food in order to kill, right? I don't know what it's called. It's like the great
fish.
Great fish is what that's the name.
It's a great fish. I think so.
Yeah.
That's one maker. Sorry.
The great fish. So you gotta kill and consume the great fish. But like I couldn't find my way over there. It ended up being like this really roundabout way. I spent like 2 hours looking for it. But yeah, getting lost. That's the worst thing is getting lost in a way that's not easy to Google. Yeah,
then you're
that
playing...
was my problem.
Have you ever like had that moment where you're like, okay, I got to figure out where to go, but I have to like search it in such a way I don't spoil myself accidentally?
Yeah, no, it's impossible.
Yeah,
I actually I don't know where I'm going to. I know where I'm at, but like, what am I supposed to? I don't know how to Google this. I don't know what to do. And like the game puts the area you're supposed to go to that like is like so hard to get to is like right out in the open. It's like right there. You can see it from anywhere, and it's just so like it's like on the water. If your character had like realistic, like if you were like a human being, you could just like climb up and like get on there like easy, no problem. Like a literal child could do it. But just because like the game doesn't want you to like get into this area like early before you've done like specific things, it's like it's just so tantalizing. Like it just makes you want to like bash your head against the wall like to get in. Like, oh man, like there's got to be like a ramp somewhere around here. There just isn't. There's no way. There's only one way, and it's the worst. It's the worst thing I've ever experienced in my life. That puts Sekiro at number 9.
All right,
number 9, large. Thank you.
Well done.
That's all I got. Thanks.
Plankton, you play Sekiro?
Nope.
Nope.
I should get around to it someday.
See, it should be on your list, Trey. It should be, but it's just like one of those games where just like it's perpetually $60 or $80 if you're Canadian, and it's just like I don't want to spend that money on.
Wait, what do you mean? It should be on my list.
Well, it should be on your bucket list, right?
Oh yeah, it's on there. I thought you were like implying it wasn't, and that it should be.
Yeah, well,
don't worry, it's on there. It's on there, bro.
Okay, good. I was worried, and now you've cleansed my worry.
It's
don't worry.
I'm not. So that was number 9.
That's number 9.
Sekiro, your stand-in for the Dark Souls or the Souls likes, just like
objectively speaking, correct?
Yeah, my Bloodborne is my stand-in. I've never played Sekiro. So Plankton. Hey, every time we get to Plankton, I'm just glad that we get to learn another game that Plankton's played.
Yeah.
True. I mean, the other thing is, I'm just saying, full disclosure here, never played a Souls-like game in my life.
Wow.
Never played a game.
Never played a video game.
You haven't played a real video game? That's so sad.
No,
you've never played. See, I hear that Super Mario Brothers from the NES is a Souls-like.
Really?
See, that's a real game.
That's a real game.
Well, I don't even think I can say I've played that. No, I actually have played that a tiny bit, but
you've dabbled in the 2D Mario.
Anyway, my number 9.
No.
My number 9. Okay, it's Geometry Dash.
Ooh,
that's kind of spicy.
Geometry Dash, dude. Just because, like, I took me like fucking, I don't even know, like hours to just get through the first thing in the game, and then somebody told me that I needed to tap the phone to the beat of the song, and it was just over. I couldn't ever make it through a level of Geometry Dash again. And I don't know, my theory is that phones are just not optimized for games, and that's why it was so hard for me. That's my theory.
You know what? I feel like phone games aren't optimized for Plankton.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's right.
So, that's my number 9. Like I said, it's probably not like particularly hard. I mean, it's just kind of hard for me to stay interested in it. Mostly, there's also that, but I don't know. It's a pretty hard game.
I've played versions of it, and some of those jumps in those games are very specific.
Oh yeah, dude. They seem like they're like frame perfect.
Yeah.
I swear.
You're just like sliding, and it's just like, oh, okay, well, there's a spike on the ground. I'm going to jump over it. And then it's just like, oh, well, there's a spike in the air, too. And you have to be like right before the spike on the ground in order to jump underneath the other. And you're just like, what? Like, what? This is level 2. Like, what?
That's right.
Exactly.
Why are you throwing these at me? But yeah, I totally get. I didn't think of a phone game for any of these, but there are definitely phone games out there where it's just like, yeah, I don't want to play you. This is not relaxing. Like, I'm waiting. Go for it.
I had to do everything I could to scounge around 10 games I've played that had any level of difficulty. So know.
No, this game is tough. Like I've definitely played a game. Was it Geometry Dash? This is the game where you're a square sliding against the ground, going into spikes and stuff, right?
Yep.
Wasn't this originally like a Flash game called something else?
Isn't it called like the Impossible Game?
Yeah, like the Impossible Game. It was selling like really hard game or something.
Yeah.
And I remember I tried that and couldn't beat the first level. So if it's like that, then yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's exactly like the Impossible. It is exactly like the Impossible Game.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because like when I saw it, I'm just like, oh, I know this game. I don't know it by the name Geometry Dash, but I know it.
Yeah.
I know the idea.
Okay. I didn't even know that. That's actually crazy. I never knew that Geometry Dash was a Flash game. That's actually crazy.
Dude, it's actually crazy how many indie games, their origins were in Flash games before moving to more official platforms, I guess.
Yeah.
It's cool.
That's crazy.
Go for it, Kao.
Is Geometry Dash like are there like is it like mostly user submitted levels, or is it just like a game?
I don't think it's user submitted levels.
Okay.
I mean, at least the ones that I've played, there's not many that I've gotten through. So, I mean, maybe I've gotten through like 3 levels, but they were all like, I saw them on everyone's phone,
Hey,
they were definitely the first 3 levels.
Hey.
It's based in Sweden, so I'll ask.
You're gonna... What are you asking?
In Swedish, because I'm learning Swedish. I'm going to ask them, like, if it's user submitted.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to ask me something. I was like,
no,
I'm waiting.
I don't know what you're about to say. What are you about to say?
Okay, yeah. Well, I was going to say that, I don't know. Geometry Dash reminds me of learning that it's not like user submitted levels. I'm sure there's got to be user submitted
levels.
No,
there 100% is, because I've seen YouTube videos of, like, this insanely hard custom level that took me like 100 hours to beat.
yeah, exactly. So like I see it like Osu, a game. I didn't put Osu on my list. It's a game that I've played like a lot of. But the reason why I didn't put Osu on this list partly is because of user submitted levels, right? Which can make like any game like almost arbitrarily difficult. Especially a game like Osu. Basically like any rhythm game can fill this niche, right?
Yeah, I had no clue where to put like rhythm games or Mario Maker. It's like, what do you even, like, how do you even rank that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly, because the game can be arbitrarily difficult. It could be actually humanly impossible levels of difficulty.
Yeah, I just left that out.
I left this one out, but I see it sort of the way where it's like a very, very, very simple premise. Like maybe 1 or 2 buttons. Like in Osu, you just like have mouse and then like literally 1 button. I mean, you have 2 buttons that do the same thing, or a touchscreen, and then bing bang bong, like you got the hardest game ever made.
I can say for certain that at least the Geometry Dash I played wasn't anything user submitted. It was definitely like just
a game.
Yeah.
All right, so we talked a little bit about the difficulty of games. Sure. Like, what does difficulty mean with user submitted levels? Do we grant Mario Maker 2 as the hardest game of all time because there's levels that people spent hundreds and thousands of hours trying to upload and have no clears? But I'll grant you another discussion topic of difficulty of game. Difficulty of, what is it? Keeping your attention. It's difficulty of how unorthodox the play style is in order to get through. And with my number 9, and it's a game that I've complained about a lot, or I've complained about a bit, is Quap? No.
It's Quap. All right, my bad.
I didn't think of Quap before this. I've never played Quap.
I didn't
think described it.
I didn't think that would come up before. Never mind, go ahead.
My game for number 9 is Bulletstorm.
Oh, you always complain about this one.
I do complain about Bulletstorm.
And I just know this is the game that Sid complains about.
This is the game that Sid complains about by what people can fly back in whatever era of I think I have it for the PS3. Actually, looking at my collection, I could have sworn I had it for Xbox 360. I have it for PS3, and it's just like this unorthodox first-person shooter. One, I'm terrible at first-person shooters, but like on controller, it's totally like passable. I can play the CODs, I can do whatever. But with Bulletstorm, one, it's a first person shooter, but it's also this unorthodox, like, oh, you have to, it's score based where in order to collect credits or collect money or just collect the currency in the game in order to buy like ammo or upgrades or whatever, you have to kill each enemy in the environment like in special ways. So like headshots will get you like a cool bonus first time you get it. But like if you then headshot somebody else, it'll be like the points cut in half because you didn't do something unique or quote unquote cool after that. You just kind of like went through killing everybody and just was like, well, that was lame, quote unquote. You didn't kick this guy into a wall of spikes or drop this barrel from the ceiling in order to kill this guy to get like 200 points.
That's exactly like the Assassin's Creed Brotherhood multiplayer.
Exactly. It is exactly like that. Just like, oh, kill him from a hay bale. Yeah. Do it, whatever. But like Bulletstorm, like the entire game is surrounded around or just based on this mechanic of earning points to transfer to currency that eventually me just trying to get through the game, like, and I was just like, okay, there's a wall of spikes here. I'll kick him into the wall of spikes. And it's just like, well, you've done that before. And I'm just like, what new thing? Like, how am I supposed to kill this guy in a unique way? Like, do I have to like find out there's like a portal to another dimension? Like what? And just like, how do I kill these guys in unique ways all the time? And so eventually I hit a wall with that game where eventually I got like, I wasn't earning enough spikes. I hit a wall of spikes with my foot. Yep. And because I missed the guy, I was trying to kick him into it and I kicked the wall. And like, I didn't have enough credits to buy more ammo to continue the game. And
because you weren't cool enough.
Because I wasn't playing the game cool enough. And it was one of those games where like, it was just like in the early 2010s, I think, where it was like, oh, we're badass and all of our guys speak like this and
Duke Nukem,
wow, fucking what a pansy, like shit like that. And it immediately just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Like this is partially like a game that I hate kind of thing, but it also was like I'm complaining about the fact that the mechanic sucks, but at the same time I did try. Like, I did put in the effort to try to get enough points, but I could not figure out how they wanted me to kill these people. It's not like they had, like, a handheld tutorial, and then eventually hit a wall, and I wasn't going to replay the game. So, as my number 9, and a game that I despise and never will play again, Bulletstorm.
Never will play again.
Never will play a game.
Never will play a game. Oh, come on.
What?
He said exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Never will play a game.
I didn't say that.
You guys have never heard of it.
Bulletstorm?
Yeah.
I've only heard of it because of you complaining about it.
No, I have. I remember like when it released. I've seen trailers for it.
Ooh.
Yeah, it looks like a game that I would hate. It reminds me of a game that I torrented, I pirated, I stole.
No,
called,
you're going to jail.
My Friend Pedro. And that game's really highly rated. It's sort of like a 2D version of like this kind of game. But I don't know whether or not like your resources, you actually like buy resources with like the style points that you're in. But I don't know. I'm not really like a fan of like, oh man, so stylish. Like you're gonna get stylish kills. Oh man, but like because the problem is like, man, the game is like designed for like. For you to like, it's like, oh man, I just happen to be wandering around near this like wall of spikes behind me, guys. Like, oh man, it's like, dude.
But like, what's funny is that I liked style points game. Like in my top 10 games, it is DMC Devil May Cry, and I do love like sensational and like the triple S scores and just keeping the combo going and like keeping the variety up. But like the fact that I had to continue the game, and the fact that it's like a first person game and pretty obtuse, I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what you want from me.
Makes sense.
But yeah, that was my number 9. And we're looping back around to number 8 for Average Trap.
Oh, snap. All right, number 8. This is a bit of an unconventional choice, I suppose. We got Monkey Ball. Okay, guess which one it's going to be. You'll never guess it.
Oh.
It's going to be a weird one.
2.
Don't guess 2.
Monkey Ball Jr.
Yeah, there it is.
Have you heard of this one?
No.
No.
All right, so this is actually the only Monkey Ball game I ever owned because my parents don't love me. No, it's not. Basically, all right, Monkey Ball Jr., it was a Game Boy Advance Monkey Ball game. And you're probably thinking, how did they have a 3D monkey and a ball going around a course on a Game Boy Advance? Well, actually...
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, like it's like it doesn't even seem possible, but actually that's exactly what they did. And honestly, it was pretty fun. They did it pretty well. Particularly because I never played Super Monkey Ball, so I had nothing to compare it against. And to me, this was like so mind-blowing seeing this 3D thing in my hands, my little 9-year-old hands or whatever. And I put it on this list because the controls, to quote Angry Video Game Nerd, are ass. Like, okay, picture Monkey Ball, right? You're going around with a control stick. It's really fluid. Everything just sort of mesh. Like, it's so simple. You just use a control stick and go around. So this game, because there's no control stick, you use the D-pad, which, first of all, going in 4 directions, like, that's pretty tough on its own. But because there's no analog inputs as to, like, the force of putting it down, like, control stick, you could, like barely hold it up or, like, fully go up. On the D-pad, it's like a digital up or down or left or right. That's it. So to compensate, they made it so that holding B button makes it a more gradual thing and holding A makes it a more steep thing. So it's like you got like basically 3 settings for the 4 directions to go in, which is a little bit awkward, as I'm sure it sounds. But beyond that, it just, like, it was a fun game just going through it. But like, I don't know, just the physics as far as falling down from ledges, you just like come to a weird halt. And it just felt like you were going through Jello the whole time because it was like a little bit janky. And to get through expert mode, which was like 30 stages, I just remember dying over and over again, just seeing the continue screen over and over again. The only reason I could actually beat this game is because it was sort of a not pay to win, but play to win, where the more you play it, the more you unlock, like, oh, now you unlocked more mini games, or now you unlocked unlimited continues. I had to get unlimited continues to beat expert mode, by the way.
Yeah.
Because I could just keep failing over and over again until I beat it. And Lord knows I never got master mode the legitimate way of like getting through expert to continuous. Fuck that. I only got master mode because it was one of those things where it's like, you played the game enough, here's master mode. And
nice.
I think master mode was only 5 stages. I never beat the 5th stage. It was just like so crazy.
Oh.
But like each master mode level was just ridiculous. There was some like super strict time limit one I remember. And basically the hardest thing in this game was just like my little kidness compensating along with the awkward D-pad controls in a Monkey Ball game. Fun game at the end of the day, but goddamn, it controls, compared to the GameCube ones, it controls like garbage. But with Game Boy Advance, what are you gonna do? So yeah, there you go.
So what's funny about these games? So like during the top 10, we were like joking about just like, yeah, they're all my top 10 favorite games of all time. I would recommend them. But like in the hardest games, it's just like you're talking about how the controls are so obtuse and just like would you recommend this game?
No, because Super Monkey Ball exists.
Yeah, okay.
Like it's fine on its own, but because the actual console ones exist, there's no reason to play it. So
yeah. So it's just like my 2 games so far are Bloodborne. It's just like, yeah, I recommend that to people. I had a good time. I just
at your own risk of your PC dying.
And then it's just like Bulletstorm. It's like, no, fuck no, stay away from that game. But they're still both on my hardest games list.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So that was your number 8, first of the number 8 string.
Good 8.
Yeah, I've never played a Monkey Ball game ever in my life.
No, me neither.
Neither have I. Surprise.
I've watched a good amount.
But like you playing that Monkey Ball game, so like you're not gonna recommend that to people, because that's how I started on that thought, where it's just like, oh, well, the reason that a lot of us haven't played each other's hardest game, it's not like you play the hardest game and go like, I'm gonna recommend this to people.
Yeah.
But you do play Wind Waker and go like, oh yeah, the ending kind of sucks, but like, yeah, I'd play it. Like, anyway, KO.
Man, I got something next level coming up for you. You guys have never. This is a game. No, but we're still in talk tier, by the way.
Talk tier. All right.
So this is a game that none of you have ever heard of.
Probably
it's sort of like an indie title. Like nobody really knows about this game.
I've heard of it.
It's sort of like
we're gonna all have heard of it.
It's called Cuphead. It's not. Listen, there was a time. I'm not sure you all remember. You probably don't remember. You probably actually have no idea. When this game actually had it was growing a little bit in popularity, sort of in the underground forums sort of scene, you know. The game's pretty hard. It's got this really difficult tutorial level I never made it past.
Right, the tutorial, it's Joseph Anderson 8 hours to beat.
Yeah, so. I'd never beat it.
It's pretty tough.
But yeah, it was pretty tough. I don't know. You can play as a ceramic cup, and
that's pretty weird.
You play. It's pretty hard.
It's pretty hard too.
There's bosses in the game. I don't like the levels where there's not bosses. They make me mad. I don't know. You got some weapons, you got some bosses, you got some shooting. It's like Dark Souls, basically.
Yeah, well, would you define... Yeah, I was going to ask if you would say it's like a Souls-like.
It's basically just Dark Souls. Let me take a look at this dude. Hold up. He's got a straw. He's got a freaking bendy straw on his head. What the heck? Who does this? Yeah, I don't know. I might have to put this game higher now that I'm looking at his head. All right. Yeah. Okay.
At his Cuphead.
Dude, the one thing I can picture from this game is the angry sunflower.
Yeah, the angry sunflower, dude.
That's all I think of when I picture this game.
I love the angry sunflower. Yeah, I beat this game. This game was hard. The problem. So I'm not a crazy Cuphead enjoyer, you know.
Uh-huh.
I sort of the game was it's got an awesome style. It's got pretty great music that I'm never ever gonna listen to again because I don't, it's just stylistic. It's not I'm crazy into old 70s cartoon music. But nonetheless, the game was in fact difficult to beat. Yes. If you play it co-op, it's easy though. So I played it single player. That's all I got. I don't know if you want more from me. You guys ever play Cuphead?
No. To be honest,
what?
I understand the art style is definitely unique, and I can see why it's appealing. It just never appealed to me personally.
See, Trey and I's thing is we just make fun of the fact that they have DLC that's coming out in June.
Yeah, we're they announced DLC. It's coming out in 6 months. What the hell?
20 years. We got some new
but it's
DLC
just
coming out.
It's one of those games I can. I think Quan's played it. I think a bunch of people have played. I've seen people play it, and I've been oh, that looks like something that I wouldn't really care to play because it's I don't really care for 2D all that much. Metroid Dread was the same kind of deal where it's just oh, this looks really cool, and I like Metroid, but I don't want to play 2D games. It's just not a thing that I really want to do. And if I want to play a difficult game, there's a shit ton of difficult games out there that I'm just I'll boot up Dark Souls 2 again. I own these games. I don't want to spend another $30 for a 5-year-old game that is it 5 years old at this point?
It's pretty old.
It's pretty old at this point.
I played it in 2018. So that's, I assume, 4 years.
But it should be a game. Is it on your list, Trey?
I don't think so, but I might want to play it at some point.
Yeah, it feels like a game that we should at some point just play for the fact.
Probably fun co-op.
I'd probably enjoy it.
There's co-op?
There's co-op, yeah. There's Mugman. That's my guy.
I don't even know.
He's also got a straw. I don't know if it's a bendy straw though. No, it's not. Unbent. Yeah. I realistically speaking, the game wasn't that hard. I only have 9.5 hours in it. That's why it's in talc tier. But there's not that much content really. It's just hard. And the content's extremely high effort, but they're really if you just beat every boss on your first try, even if you're not doing any speedrun strats or anything, you just beat the game in 20 minutes.
Just wait till the DLC comes out.
Maybe 30 minutes or something. I don't actually know, but yeah, that's just wait till the DLC comes out, baby.
Hey, I feel like
June.
Cuphead could definitely be one of those games where you pull a Quan and just be oh, well, one of my top 10 games is Mario 64. Next. It's just yeah.
That's basically it.
Yeah. Next.
I'm sure you've never heard of this. Anyway.
It's pretty niche.
Plankton, you're up next. You ever heard of Cuphead? Probably not.
No, I'm. Is that a game? Is that a Is that a TV show?
I'm pretty sure it's a TV show. That's correct.
Yeah. It's so hard to watch that it's on the list.
it might be. So I might play it at some point. I've considered playing Cuphead before. I'll say that much.
And
at least considering
is half the battle.
That's next level.
Half the battle. It's basically playing it.
That's pro.
All right. 8th on my list. A lot like other people, like 8th on my list is partially because I just like don't like the game that much. It's but number 8 on my list is Partners in Time, and it's because like I played it like as a child. I played it right after I played Superstar Saga, which I saw Trey playing Superstar Saga recently, and I was pretty inspired to play it myself. So I played through it again after I saw that, and damn, dude, Superstar Saga, insanely good game.
Yeah, it's so good.
But anyway, so then I played Partners in Time right after, and I don't know, it's kind of like lackluster comparatively to me, to say the least. I don't know. Just
oh my god, the rhymes. What the heck? You're busting, you're dropping bars like, jeez. All right.
Anyway.
Rhymes like dimes. What the hell?
So, yeah, no, I just put down Partners in Time because, just because, like, it's long as fuck, too, man. And I've heard the next game in the series, which I'm pretty sure is Bowser's Inside Story. Yep. I've heard the next game is really good. So I've been, like, wanting to get through Partners in Time just once because I've started it and I need to finish it before I play Bowser's Inside Story, and I've still never been able to do it because the game is long as fuck and it's not as good as Superstar Saga. And not even just that, every single time I get to the final boss and I just can't do it. Like, I literally just don't know how to beat that one. It just, to this day, I still can't beat the final boss in Partners in Time.
Wait, so you got to the final boss. You made it sound like you always quit like halfway through.
No, I don't. I want to finish the game. I don't even like it, but I just want to finish it.
Yeah. Okay,
and I've made it to the final boss like every time.
I have a lot to say about this one. So
that's wild.
I 100% agree with you on like everything.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say. I agree.
I don't know what it is. Okay, Superstar Saga, fantastic game, first in the Mario & Luigi series. And actually, I did play Bowser's Inside Story very recently, and I would recommend it. It's a lot shorter than Partners in Time. It's pretty damn easy. Like, it would not make a top 10 list. Not even a top 100 hardest game. It's super easy. But like the story with Bowser is really cool and everything. Anyway, Partners in Time, I had the same exact experience where, like, I think as a kid, or like throughout my life, whenever like I use my DS pretty frequently, I probably started playing a playthrough of this game 4 or 5 different times, and I only finished one of them. Because, I don't know what it is. I can't, like, pinpoint a specific reason why this game just drags on and on and on. At some point, I just always get bored in my playthrough, and only one of them I ever like powered through. And to be fair, I did beat the game, so I'm better than Planktonsecretformula confirmed. I remember the final boss actually did give me trouble. I do recall correctly, so I don't blame you. But yeah, Partners in Time, I guess it was just super long. I don't remember like any specific thing being especially boring, but yeah, I guess it was just so forgettable. I don't remember. So
it just drags on. It's not like particularly boring. The parts just take forever to get through. Just so long.
And I think just like playing with the babies, I'm not a fan of. It's like weird controlling babies. I don't know.
Yeah, true. That definitely is part of it too.
Do these
go for it?
These Hammer Bros actually the Hammer. I'm looking at an image right now of the Hammer Bros saying, "You equal noobs."
Yes,
Bros equal elite. Prepare for a total ponage. Woot 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 woot. That's insane.
That is a real moment in the game. So
that actually happens in the game.
Oh my god,
dude! This game came out in like the peak. Everyone's saying pwned and noob on the internet.
Oh man, that was good times.
Like peak internet lingo was when this game came out.
Boomed on.
Bros
yeah, this was before it get boomed on. And yeah, early on in the game, there's like these 2 Koopas who were like robotically controlled or something, and they start having that weird internet jargon. So
it's just funny how you can like tell somebody's experience with a game. It's just like, it's so fucking long versus, oh, there's so much to do.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Elden Ring, it's so fucking long. Like, you don't.
Yeah.
You sometimes hear that, but yeah. I don't know.
It's just funny. The separate. Oh, I'm next.
Yep.
Oh snap!
I'm pulling a not knowing.
You
that
equals
I'm
noobs.
You equals noob.
Are you saying I equals noobs?
You equals noobs.
Okay. We as a collective equals
The bros?
Noobs.
No. The bros
No.
equals leets.
All right.
They're elites.
So I know one of you have played this next game. I do talk to Trey every week. It might be Trey. Who knows?
Couldn't be.
So there's a couple puzzle games on my list because I feel like puzzle games, like, sure, you can look them up and just like, oh, it's not that hard to execute a puzzle, but like the thought process and everything, I can imagine there's a couple puzzle games on Trey's list, but who knows? The game that I'm about to say is a game I think we both played for the podcast.
I know what it's gonna be.
But I started cruising along pretty early with it, but eventually Baba Is You
Yeah.
No way.
becomes really, really convoluted. I don't even know what word to use. Like, convoluted sounds negative, but it's just like really well, I don't know if it's right though. Like, it just it adds so many different mechanics that it's just like you're not sure what one does which and how to get through certain pages of puzzles. Like, I went through pretty quickly, like I think in 20 hours of gameplay or something, like 100 puzzles. But then like the finale puzzle I've still never figured out. I've never gone back to it, but I've definitely stared at it for, like, Trey would look at a Steven sausage roll puzzle and been like, I don't know what to do. And I'm not a lookup things player. With Elden Ring, I've been looking up a couple things because I'm just like, I'm not going to find this thing in the environment. But like, a puzzle is supposed to make you sit there and stew and stare and just kind of work through every nook and cranny isn't right, but like every like possible option in your head. And Baba Is You definitely succeeded in that, and I haven't beaten it. I never went back to it. I think I have 108 done, 100 and some puzzles done, but they still keep adding mechanics that I don't know how to mix with one another, and it's a fairly big brain game. It's not like I'm sitting there frustrated with it. I'm just sitting there being like, I don't know what to do. And I don't want to look up the answer to a puzzle that is literally a brain teaser because it's just like looking up your Wordle. Or like,
yeah, it's like, this is like the one genre game that you can't really justify looking up.
Yeah. So like it's
okay.
Exactly.
So I have looked up Baba Is You puzzle solutions before. Yeah. Because I can't sleep at night.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not knowing, all I can do is think about the puzzle. Like, I just like can't sleep. Like, it actually like starts ruining my life. I have 43 and a half hours on Baba Is You. I don't know how many puzzles I have done.
Oh well, it might be even more than I have.
I have completed the finale puzzle. Did I look it up? That's up for interpretation. Honestly. What can I like see? I have 173. It's up for interpretation.
173.
I've got 173 bad boys.
What the hell? I thought wait, that's like more than I have.
How many do I have then?
I've looked up like 2 or 3 puzzles in my life because there was like one puzzle where you had to put 2 words inside of each other. Like you needed like the word like melt and like ice to be like inside each other. Or I'm not sure. I don't know. And they had never done that before. And I don't know. I just spent a million years. I just like bashed my head into a wall. There, with that puzzle. There's some other weird puzzles that I actually solved that were like, oh my god, I didn't even know. Like, you clip like your own body into like a word, so that you can like break another sentence chain. Because like, let's say it says like, you know, Baba is die or something. Well, die is not a word, but you know, and then you clip into like die, and you can like move to the left to move like Baba is over to the left and break the word. I don't know, man. That game's crazy.
The like mental gymnastics you have to make for some of them. You're just like, I have to become Wall, and then and then Baba is the goal. Like, it's so flexible that my brain, like, maybe I should go back to it and just like try to like double down with it. And it's not like something that I'd hate to do, not like Bulletstorm. Like, it's not a game that I'd be so the idea isn't so abhorrent, but the like it's just a really difficult game, and that's why it's number 8 on my list.
So I have a confession to make. Baba Is You is number 3 on my list. This game is insanely hard. I don't want to tell you what tier it's in, but it's not. It's no talc tier video game. IMO. This game's ridiculous.
Yeah. No, I get you. Maybe I haven't played enough to know. Like,
the puzzles just get harder and harder. They're just too hard. The like challenge puzzles. Oh my god, man! They make like a puzzle that's like already hard, and then they like give you a challenge puzzle where they just like remove some of your resources.
Oh, I hate that.
And it's like, oh my god, what on earth? Like, oh man, the sleepless
I'm
nights.
so glad. Like I'm kind of, I don't like that you spoiled it, but I'm so glad that somebody else, like, there's similarities in these lists.
I feel like I had to spoil, because if I just go to, like, number 3, you know, I got all the way, it's like, number 3, baby! Baba Is You again! It's like, hey,
that's kind of hype.
It is kind of hype. But, like, dude, I don't know. I think I gotta get it out of my system.
You gotta get the poison out.
I'm already, it hurts just to think about it.
It kept you up at night, the puzzles.
The puzzles kept me up at
True.
night. Yeah. I can throw in an honorable mention where my 3 would be, but
sure.
Baba Is You.
We're gonna do an honorable mention things. We'll talk about Baba Is You when we get to number 3.
Okay, yeah, I can get my takes when we get there.
Yeah,
because I played it too, but I can't. Yeah.
All right.
Trey, at number 7, going through number 7s.
Oh right, I'm next. I just realized. All right, number 7. I put. This one, okay, this is like the anti-KO list, like not objective whatsoever.
All right.
Totally personal experience of when I played it. Mario The Lost Levels, aka Mario Bros. 2 Japan.
Oh, damn.
So, for those who don't know, a little history lesson. Mario Bros. 2 was originally Doki Doki Panic. Oh
my. Thank you.
Hot gaming fact lesson. No one ever knew. But this one, Mario Bros. 2 JP was a JP-only game. And it was essentially Mario Bros. 1, like an official ROM hack, basically. That's essentially what it was. It was like the same game, slightly updated graphics, but the same core, like same physics, same everything. Like Mario moves the same way, same enemies. But this was the All-Stars version they called Mario The Lost Levels, like 16-bit. So basically, I mentioned it before on the podcast, but the first video game I ever, like first gaming memory I have is Mario All-Stars, and Lost Levels is on there, and it's just Mario Bros. Hard Edition, and you can imagine like little 4-year-old, 5-year-old Trey trying to do anything in this. I think I got past World 1, no problem. Getting into like Worlds 2 and 3 though was when the shart started to hit the fan, yo.
Damn.
And like straight up, and I'm sure like, you know, adult me would fare a bit better than 5-year-old me, I would hope. But this game is just plain unfair. You know, I fell for the classic, oh, what does this blue mushroom do? Oh, it kills you. Oh, that's nice. Okay, they put poison mushrooms in this game. That's swell. And I'm not going to lie. I've never beaten Mario Bros. 1 in my whole life. I've played Mario Bros. 1. I've just never beaten it. It's honestly like a surprisingly tough game to get through, especially like in World 8. You know, Hammer Bros everywhere. Bullet bills flying at you. It's a tough game, straight up. And Mario Bros. 2 is just a harder that with poison mushrooms. So what are you gonna do, right? It's pretty unforgiving. So
it's one of those games where like if you're enough of a gamer to know what Mario The Lost Levels is, it is the SM64 is on my best list next.
Yeah, like, it's just like we all know it's just like a harder Mario Bros. 1. So like it's pretty dang tough.
I believe it. I've never played it.
Yeah, I've never played it either. I've definitely heard of it though. I actually might play it now that you mention it though.
During my research for this episode, right, when I was trying to figuring out which of the games that I played are hard, I just looked up hardest games ever made. This game was on a lot of lists. That's for sure. This game is definitely on a lot of lists. I feel justified
in my pick now.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I've definitely heard the same. It's actually notably known to be the hardest Mario,
known hard
2D
game.
Mario.
Hey, on the
known hard game.
On the lists that you looked up, KO, how many times did Bulletstorm show up?
0. That 0.
It turns out all these gaming journalists are just way too stylish, and they just get through it no problem.
They just know how to play it. They just style it up, bro. They just know.
They're just styling on the enemies. They just get all the credits, whatever the fuck the currency is.
Money.
Anyway, yeah, it's fucking Mario next.
Oh,
it is Mario next.
All right, we're moving tiers. We're welcoming in. We say goodbye to the talk tier. We are now welcoming in a new age. The quartz tier, where this rock is harder than talc by a lot. So, in the number 7 slot, it's a game that I don't think any of you guys have played before, and that game is pre-patch Back for Blood.
Never heard of it.
Oh,
pre-patch Back for Blood before they made the game easier.
You know what's funny, KO?
Yeah?
This is my number 6.
No way, dude!
And I have in text, Back for Blood, pre-patch.
Pre-patch? No way!
Pre-patch. Only 90s kids will remember pre-patch.
Only 90s kids.
When they patched it, it became a baby game. All right,
if you were not born in the 90s, you do not remember pre-patch Back for Blood. You do not remember.
I literally wrote down this exact thing.
So 90s Back for Blood was a whole different game.
Way back in the 90s, guys. It was a long time ago. Yeah.
Man, the grabby boys who jump out of the wall used to call unrelated hordes. You just have hordes left and right coming at you.
Unrelated.
They were related to nothing. The game was so much harder. It was so much harder that we if you've watched podcast episodes, we've talked, Sid and Trey have talked about this on the podcast, but if you haven't watched those exact episodes, what happened is we were stuck on one level of the game.
This was level 3
for 3 sessions, right? We were stuck for 3 full sessions of gameplay. No matter what our RNG was, somewhere we would get screwed. It was just too hard. We had actually been progressing at a steady, extremely slow crawl speed of a rate through the game. But it was still sick. It was actually awesome. It was so much fun. And then at one point, Christmas sort of rolls around and there's sort of a Christmas patch comes in and just out of nowhere, suddenly we beat
unrelated patch.
We beat an entire I don't know what they're called, but an entire segment of missions in a row. We beat 6 missions in a row. Yeah, we get through an act.
An act, yeah. A whole act.
So we beat a whole act in one try.
Yeah, it took us multiple weeks to get the first act, and the second act was way smoother, I would say.
Yeah, we're damn, we're so good at this game now. Holy shit.
Yeah, including the one level that took us a billion tries. And we weren't even playing on the highest difficulty. We were playing on some veteran difficulty. We weren't even on the nightmare level.
We were on veteran.
I can only imagine how difficult.
We tried nightmare, right, KO?
Remember we gave it a shot. It was disgusting.
It was you, me, and Dap Yee, and we tried Nightmare with a random online because Trey was at work, and we were just oh my god, this is the hardest thing of all time.
Yeah, this is the hardest thing I've ever done.
We just got one shot killed by everything that came at the first horde call in the first level, and then the one person that knew what was up went all the way back to the safe room.
Yeah, no, it was so hard. It was to a level of difficulty where I can't even imagine it being enjoyable. The only way that this guy knew how to beat it was to run all the way to the very beginning of the level of the entire game in the very first safe room, because there's only one exit to this room, and the rest of the game is designed to have other than the safe rooms, the entire rest of the game is designed to always have more than one entrance or exit to every building. and it's like obviously designed in that way so that you can get flanked by zombies, right?
Yeah.
So like that game is just too hard. That's going on number 7. 90s Back 4 Blood was a trip.
It's just such a shame because like they should have just added a new difficulty.
I agree. I don't know why they didn't.
Like, if there was one like between the easiest and veteran, it would have been like really good.
They nerfed everything. They nerfed Nightmare. They nerfed Veteran. They nerfed the one below. They nerfed the easiest one.
Yeah, they nerfed all of them.
Yeah, they nerfed all of them, and we didn't. It took us a week and a half to realize. Like we looked through the patch notes the next time we played after we cleared our act because we were just like, oh, we're so good, we're so sick. The next time we played, we were waiting for like Dappy or Trey, like we were waiting for somebody, and you were looking through the patch notes, and you were just like, guys,
I got some bad news.
We actually are just as bad as we were.
Yeah. No, it was so tragic. Yeah. I mean, I had like some suspicions because I'm forgetting their name, but like the guys who like stick on the wall, sleepers. The sleepers weren't calling hordes, and I was just like, you know, like sometimes they jump at you and miss. Maybe it was bugged. You know, we weren't getting hit by them that much anymore because like we were getting better at the game, so we were very infrequently getting hit by sleepers. Like it almost never happens to us because we're such god gamers. But yeah, there was like 1 or 2 times someone got hit, no horde was called, and it was just like, it must be buggy game.
It's really a shame. They just kind of removed all of the like, just all of the, I guess, barrier. Like we didn't feel like when we got to like a checkpoint ever, we were just like, yes, like oh my god, the satisfaction that we felt, like the euphoria that we felt.
After we learned of like the patch happening, we just like expected to not die almost.
Yeah.
We just did like a different game.
It's just like, oh, do we have to play this on Nightmare now? It's like, no, I don't. I think we're just kind of done.
Yeah, and then the blue screens of death. Yeah. But then pre-patch Back 4 Blood. That's number 7.
Yep, that makes sense.
Cool.
Quartz tier. Plankton, you're up next. You ever hear of Back 4 Blood?
Yeah. Spoiler alert. Never heard of Back 4 Blood.
But you have played Left 4 Dead though. We played it together one time.
We did play that. True.
Picture that, except the zombie animations are way lamer.
Okay.
So yeah,
I'm picturing it.
Nice.
There you
Good
go.
Picture.
And there's a guy named Barry with a big arm.
He's huge. Enormous arm.
Yeah. So, I guess I'll just start with my number 7 then. I mean,
go for it.
Good? All right. So, my number 7 is Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, because it's the only Crash Bandicoot I've ever played. So, but I feel like it's a lesser known Crash Bandicoot. Maybe I'm crazy, but I don't know. Game's just really hard. Just the platforming's annoying. There's a lot of enemies that kill you, and you have to get around their attacks, and it's, usually really tight timings, and game's hard. Never beat it. Never beaten the game. Played it a couple times in my life, but it's just really hard.
Was this a PS2 one?
It was PS2, yep.
I never owned a PS2, so I have not played it.
Crash Bandicoot games look hard. Go ahead.
I mean, it's, it was a hard game. That's really all I can say about it. Like, I guess, kind of like, Super Mario 64 next, something like that, It's just hard.
So it's sort of just like a traditional 3D platformer?
It's not even 3D, it's like a side scroller.
Oh, it's a side scroller. I didn't even know that. Okay.
Yeah, it's a side scroller.
Huh.
But I mean, it is 3D, but like,
it's
you only
2.5D.
move forward. Yeah.
That's what I think makes like Crash Bandicoot games so hard. Is like we are still talking about Crash Bandicoot, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I heard like Sword of Ages. Did you say Sword of Ages? Am I losing it?
No, I said Wrath of Cortex.
Could have sworn Trey said Sword of Ages.
Yeah, it's like Sword of Ages.
What? I never said such a thing.
Anyway,
the game Sword of Ages?
Yeah, Sword of Ages. I don't even know if that's a game.
We called 90s Back 4 Blood Sword of Ages.
Sword of Ages. That's not even a game. Okay.
I never even said anything like that.
I have no idea where I heard it. Okay. But yeah, dude, the 2.5D aspect of Crash Bandicoot games is like what makes them seem so like. I mean, they look really, really hard to me, personally. Have you guys ever played Bad Rats before in your life, or heard of Bad Rats?
Never heard of it.
Oh, it's just this. It's like this. How do I describe it? It's like a infamously bad Steam game that people would just like gift to each other because it's so bad back in the day. And it's a 2.5D puzzle game with like semi-randomized physics. It's like a physics puzzle game where the physics, like, you have to like swing a bat. You have like a batter who like swings a bat at a ball. And where the bat goes, where the ball ends up going is like semi-random, and you build like a course, sort of like a Rube Goldberg machine to like end up getting like the ball to like its target, you know? Mm-hmm. The physics are semi-random, and the game is 2.5D, and I think that's what makes the game like so, I mean, bad, but also like it very difficult, you know? I mean, the random physics is pretty funny, but yeah, I don't know, 2.5D, that's cursed.
It's pretty cursed. I mean, it's mostly cursed because sometimes you're holding up and he's going left or right. Sorry.
Yeah.
And he's moving right, and you know, like that's kind of a big theme in the game that makes it a lot harder. It's just like sometimes I'm holding right and he's going up. Sometimes he's going right and I'm holding up. You know.
Oh God.
The variety.
Kind of the worst.
The variety. Sometimes you're going left and I'm going up.
Yeah, sometimes I'm pressing up.
No,
it just has like randomized control stick directions, just straight up.
It's good stuff.
I just don't know like how to explain it. It's like it has to do with like the direction he's moving when he like goes into his new direction because he like makes turns and stuff. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I don't know. There was a SpongeBob game actually that I played that had this sort of mechanic in one of its parts. It's called Creatures of the Krusty Krab, and but during the side-scrolling parts, you literally only held right, like no matter what. But like he would change directions and go up sometimes, but you just hold right the whole time, and he would move.
Yeah, makes sense.
But yeah,
have you ever?
I'm with that.
Plankton, have you ever played Lights, Camera, Pants? Just a random question. It's a SpongeBob game. All right.
I've
on to the next one. Let's go! All right, that game was sick.
I played it at a GDQ. It's like the Mario Party for SpongeBob.
Yeah. I enjoyed that as a kid.
Cool.
All right, number 7. See, there's like a debate in my brain right now. So my number 7. I'm next. Hi.
Who are you?
Sid.
Hi,
I entered the pod. I'm here. So there's a debate in my brain as to what 7 should be. Like, I know what 6 is going to be, and I know what 5 is going to be, but I kind of want to swap 5 and 7. But I'm going to just go with what I've written. Okay, so it's going to be weird. Number 7, you don't really think of as a difficult game, but it's just something that I tried so hard to get into. So this is actually PS3. And it's just... Like, it's obtuse controls. It's just something that, just a wall of barrier, and I didn't put enough time into it. This is the one that is just like, I only played for like 4 hours, but I know is like one of the more difficult games for me to play. It's Gran Turismo 5. And
I gotta look this up.
It's just a car game. It's just a, like, what is it? Car porn? Where just like HD back in the day on the PS3, and you just look at really nice cars and drive them or whatever.
Or you're just trying to be like a really realistic simulation of driving.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's just you trying to like hit this line and drive, and then like you hit a wall and your tire's flat, and you're just like, or if you play really clean. I remember there was one early mission. I don't have very many hours in this game, but I just know I bounced off so hard and have such a not a negative interpretation of it. It's just like, oh, this is what this game is. People that really enjoy this would enjoy it, but like it was just so difficult for me to play or like get into. And there was an early level where you drive like, what car is it? It's like literally a Toyota Yaris or something. You're driving like a hatchback Toyota Yaris, and driving against a fleet of Toyota Yaris. And like, it's just like the dumbest early level whatsoever. You're just like earning something to get to buy like a coach or something, and then you earn your way into a bigger race where you can buy a car. I don't even know. I again didn't put much time into it, but I remember this race being so obscenely difficult because it's just like I'm driving this like low powered Toyota and against all these low powered Toyotas, and I like it's like there wasn't any difficulty choice whatsoever. There wasn't like easy or hard or anything like that. It was just you play this Toyota, you drive this Toyota, you try to win this race. And I think I spent like 45 minutes trying to win this one Toyota Grand Prix thing. And I remember just having such a hard time just winning any race versus like Mario Kart or any like Blur. Blur is a great game. Just like the Mario Kart, quote unquote, for adults, where it's like realistic cars, but you have still some like items to throw or things to shoot. But Gran Turismo is like, take all the fun stuff out, just kind of have a really nice line, and all these other cars exist, and realistic integration with like hitting other cars or realistic like punishment. And it just I just, one, it didn't vibe with me, and two, it's so difficult to like. I don't even know if it's just difficult or if I was just not in the right mindset for it or whatever, but I just, like, I looked at it on my shelf today and I was like looking through it. I'm like, oh, I have a list of 11 hard games that I have to choose from. And Gran Turismo was there. I'm just like, I have to put this on the list because like I bought it and people were hyping it up because Gran Turismo is this massive series that had this long break before the PlayStation 3. And then I bought it because I was buying a lot of like new games around that time before I started speedrunning. And like I played it and I understood what it was. And I was just like, nope, nah. But it's not a game that you would define as difficult. So it's just interesting. But yeah, that's
so you really got to be like a car fanatic to enjoy this game.
You have to be a car fanatic, and it's difficult, and it's hard to win a Toyota Yaris race.
Yeah,
I'm still laughing at Toyota Yaris.
Yeah, so Toyota Yaris.
Yeah, it's just that was like mission 3, and I just remember that race being so difficult that even I don't even know 11 years later, I'm sitting there going like, yeah, that sucked, and even like it's just a percentage of the amount of time I've spent on bosses in Souls-like games or speedrunning Super Mario Sun. Like, it's just a percentage, but it's just I can visualize it still being like, this
Toyota
is so
Yaris.
Stupid.
The Toyota Yaris is the hardest Dark Souls boss.
Gran Turismo is the Dark Souls of racing games.
It is.
that is nice. My number 7.
All right. Well, number 6, you're not going to see this coming. All right. Big surprise. Shocking reveal. Back 4 Blood pre-patch.
Oh, shit!
I'm copying.
No way!
Okay, so I guess I'll give some reasons beyond what KO already mentioned. Yeah, I just remember, like, we had to claw our way. Every single victory was, like, an amazing achievement in this game because it was just hard enough that we weren't like, fuck it, it's too hard. But it was also, like we had to retry a lot, but there was like that inkling of like, if we just maybe use this weapon instead and like we're a little smarter about it and didn't trigger so many crawlers or whatever their name is, we could probably beat this. Then they patched it and kind of ruined the whole thing because it was like, well, at first we felt amazing. Then we're like, we're shit.
Yeah.
But
shout outs to Dappy for being fun to play with as well.
Yeah. I really enjoyed playing with him as well.
Yeah.
But like beyond the reasons we've given, I would say that PC FPSs is my weakest genre in general.
Exactly.
I have terrible aim. I suck with a mouse. I'm just bad at FPSs, which added to the further strife that we went through. But that being said, of anything to shoot at in an FPS, zombies are my go-to because they're the easiest targets to hit, unlike human players who are cracked out of their mind. And like fucking grind that all day. So yeah,
they're going left and then they're going right and then they're stop and then they're going left again. Ah, fucking Jesus.
Yeah, like it's hard enough hitting a target that's predictable versus one that's like moving all randomly.
Yeah.
But Back 4 Blood pre-patch, only 90s kids will remember it, and it was quite the game. There we go.
It was hard. Yeah. Dude, I remember that game was so hard. I was like peeping other people's like skill trees and like the cards they chose, and I'm like, I don't know about that card, bro. Cards. I don't know. Like it was so hard that like I needed to like when other people like weren't performing, I was like, I gotta check out your build. Like, let me peep this build right quick. Let me see if I can help you with this build, Jose.
There was that thought where it's like maybe I'm using the wrong cards. Like maybe if I just had like a better build, this should be like easier, right?
Yeah,
like,
there was a moment with you where just like you took basically my role that I wanted.
yeah. I was like, or you were the big healing guy.
Yeah,
right?
early on, and then you were just like, and then it was just like, oh, you're playing the character that would be better for it. You basically take my build.
Yeah. Like I literally was playing the nurse character, but I wasn't doing all the healing. So it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah,
I was mom.
Yeah,
we had to get in there.
Yeah, no, that was the cards were one of those things. It's just like immediately I was like, ugh, gross. This is, but then like it because of the difficulty of it, it just like it worked so well with it. And then when they took the difficulty out, it's just like, oh, well, this sucks again.
I just gotta say, like, Big Arm Barry is like the single hardest enemy, like in the whole game, like pre-patch, because he just had so much health. He had so much health. Like you had to like go through many clips of ammo depending on the weapon. But like he would chase you down, and if you didn't sprint away, you have like backing up is not fast enough. He's so fast. If you don't like do that trick where you like sprint away, jump, and like flick 180 and like shoot him, you were not getting away from him. So
it was tough, messed up, dude. I love that trick.
Yeah, I learned that from KO. I was like, oh, that's a sick trick, dude. The KO classic of sprinting into a jump, into a turning around, into a shoot.
Dude, it was sick. We were all getting so good, and then the 2000s rolled around, and
then my computer blue screened, and
it was never the same.
Y2K really got to Sid's computer.
Yeah,
fuck things up. So there you go.
All right, number 6.
I got number 6. For number 6, this is a game. Like many others on the list, it is a game.
Sure.
So here we have a genre of video game. I can't quite remember the name of the genre. It's a genre of that's the one. That's the one.
I knew you were saying that.
It's a genre of game.
A callback to a pre-podcast.
Oh, was that pre-podcast? God damn it!
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever. It's so funny.
So
I look psychic now.
Yeah, so basically this is a genre of game I almost never play. I played a good amount of roguelikes, like quite a decent amount. However, I'm not really like into the genre. The things about the genre like tend to like make me not want to play it. But this game is a game that I played a decent amount of, probably like maybe my second or third most played roguelike. But it's definitely, in my opinion, it's the hardest one that I've played in such a strange way. And that game is FTL, Faster Than Light. One of the only games where you both say the acronym and then you afterwards say the name. Everyone says FTL, Faster Than Light. Like, that's what FTL stands. Just call it Faster Than Light. Like, I don't know. But everyone does it. Anyway.
Even you.
That's what makes the game so hard.
Just saying the name of the game is hard.
It's the name of the game, even just saying it. But yeah, FTL, Faster Than Light, is a game where, I mean, the game itself is like pretty difficult. You're like a spaceship. You have spaceships.
I'm a spaceship.
You are in a spaceship. I'm a spaceship. So you're like in this spaceship. You're trying to like traverse through like through the freaking galaxy, dude, to get to the end of like levels, you know, and like you're being chased by like a rebel fleet, so you can't spend too long. You know, you can't go everywhere in like in the level. You have to like pick a path, you know. You know, there's like random events, a lot of like roguelike-y stuff, and the main like combat is it's sort of like a turn-based strategy. It's not exactly, because you can freely pause at any point, but like otherwise the game just like runs in like real time. But yeah, you can pause at any point, and like queue up your actions for like your crewmates. You have like a crew, you want them to like repair the hull. Like you can have them go do that. Normally they'll be like manning systems. You need somebody who's driving, like somebody who's like manning the weapons will make your weapons like shoot faster or like reload faster. So you want people in like every room. People can like beam down like enemies onto your ship, so you need to have people who can like fight 1v1. But also like you don't necessarily do that. You can like upgrade your ship to have doors that like lock, or like walk better, so they're harder to like harder to like break down, right? And then you can just crack open the airlock on your ship and then suffocate your enemies to death. And like that's a really like good way of going about things. You can like bait the enemies to fight you in like the med bay, so your characters are healing, but like they're not.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like a different game to me.
It's a game. So basically, it's that's all well and good, and like the game's like reasonably hard, but the real difficulty of FTL that makes it like so brutal, in my opinion. Faster than light. Sorry, I almost people probably didn't have any idea what I was talking about there. That's so embarrassing.
It's okay.
But the real difficulty with FTL Faster Than Light is that is the Rebel flagship at the end of the game, the like final boss, or so I presume it is the final boss, because I have never once beaten it. I have, for the record, I have 28.5 hours. I have 28.5 hours in FTL Faster Than Light, and I have never once beaten the game. I made it to the Rebel flagship so many times, and I have like beaten this boss. It's just a boss with infinite phases. Like they're just they're pumping out phases. Like June 2022, they're coming out with a new phase DLC for the Rebel flagship. Like there's just like its first phase, it's like it just blasts you with like weapons, and then it's like, oh, you like destroy their weapons. It's like, oh well, now they're beaming down like 50 crew members onto your ship, and like you're somehow like your progress. Like I thought, like, oh man, I'll just be a genius and I'll kill the whole crew. Like everyone on the flagship, done skis, you're dead. But then like they respawn. They just respawn. You're like, oh man, the Rebel flagship's crazy. If you know about the Rebel flagship, then you know. But yeah, I don't know. It's the boss is 10 times harder than the actual game. You can be on the run of your life, just like easily just breezing through the game like it's absolutely nothing, and then get destroyed by the Rebel flagship. Like destroyed. Yeah, and that's the game. FTL Faster Than Light, number 6, quartz tier. Pretty good.
I believe you.
Good game, a lot of fun.
I feel like I'm going to speak for all of us. We've never played FTL Faster Than Light.
I don't know.
Yeah. I am okay with this, all of us speakingness.
Let's go.
I'm sure someone who's watching this video knows, and if they know, they know that the FTL Faster Than Light final boss is ridiculous.
I've turned it on.
You've turned it on? That's respect.
Yeah, I got it for free on Epic Games, and I turned it on once.
And turning it on is half the battle.
You should play it. You should play it and then talk to me about the Rebel flagship.
Are you going to use your next recommend on me playing Faster Than Light?
No, I won't waste it on that, but you should. Maybe this next game I'll use my next recommend on.
Wait, is a recommend like a finite resource? You can't recommend like an infinite number of things.
Well, he recommended what was it? What'd you recommend, KO, that we hated?
Terraria.
There we go.
Oh yeah, maybe we shouldn't listen to KO.
Exactly. There we go.
All right.
It's a finite resource if we determine it to be a finite resource.
Shit, dude. My recommendations are sus. All right.
Well, in anime, they're good.
In anime, they're insane. I never miss.
Yeah. Madoka Magica and Code Geass. Let's go.
Cracked.
I've yet to try KO recommendation on anime or a game for that matter.
Ooh. Where's the mistrust coming from?
Disgusting.
It's not really mistrust. I just don't.
Be honest.
I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I just don't feel like trying new things that often.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. That was me for many years.
That makes sense.
I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm busy. I guess. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I fucking hate KO. That's it.
Finally, the truth comes out.
I was waiting for the real answer. So
KO's cringe. KO's cringe.
Anyway, my number 6, I have it as Half-Life because I played it on PC like, I don't know, I was a Melee player for a few years at this point when I played it for the first time, and I thought that meant I was a gamer or something. So I was like, I'm gonna play this on the hardest difficulty. Can't be that hard. Whatever.
I've seen SFAT play Undertale, and I know for a fact that being a Melee player does not necessarily mean you're a gamer.
That's good.
Damn.
True. It's true in my case too, evidently. But yeah, I played it on the hardest difficulty, and the enemies were just so bullshit. Like, they were like, I don't know when Half-Life came out. What was it, like fucking 90s? But
90s, 80s, 70s?
Pre-patch.
No, it was, but anyway, it was
98.
Wow.
I don't know. I feel like all games at that time, like if you play them on the hardest difficulty, the enemies all have double health and do double damage. Like, that's just my experience, and that's how these enemies were, and it just was impossible. Like, all the boss battles took like upwards of like 20 minutes, even if I didn't get hit once.
Ooh.
But yeah,
I feel like sorry.
Anyway,
I feel like there should be like a section on like this list, which is just like, number 5, games on their hardest difficulty.
Yeah.
Yeah, like all games on the hardest difficulty. They're all insane.
Yeah,
Well,
I guess.
not
I guess.
always.
Not
Here's
always.
the thing.
That's true.
I played Black Mesa on the hardest difficulty, which is a remake of Half-Life, and it was way easier. I mean, there was a lot more like beefed up bosses at the end of the game, which was really sick. I actually really like these games. Like, they were actually really, really good.
Pre-patch.
But
Pre-patch.
yeah,
Pre-patch.
but Black Mesa was Black Mesa was really good. I played that on the hardest difficulty. It wasn't nearly as hard, but it's pretty much the same game.
Yeah, pre-patch is always more difficult.
True. I was about to say first-person shooters on the hardest difficulty, but then you said Black Mesa, and apparently that game's not that difficult, so I guess I'm wrong. Normally, first-person shooters on the hardest difficulties are just, like, insane. Like, Halo on, like, Legendary, just, like, ridiculous. Like,
yeah,
even,
COD
like,
on Veterans always kind of bullshit.
It's insane, yeah, you just die.
It's like,
Yeah.
don't peek for more than 2 seconds or you're gonna die.
Yeah, I honestly, it's hard, but not so much in like, it's not so bullshit, because like you can get through it. It just takes a long ass time. Just takes forever, and it's just like at to a point where it's almost not fun. But I can't say it's really bullshit, because it's easily doable, I guess. But it's just like not that fun at a certain point, I suppose.
Yeah.
But as a game, it's really good.
There is a lot to be said about difficulty where it's just like, where it's unfair and fair, where it's just like, this is really hard and fair, so I can't really poo-poo it, and I'm having a good time doing it, but I'm figuring it out, versus this is unfair and unplayable and I hate it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And like I had on my list, are you with your Half-Life? How much do you? So, when did you play it?
Not that long ago. Honestly, it was definitely a more recent one. It was before I started streaming, but maybe like 2019, something like that. That was the first time I played it, but it was like, it was just brutal. Like, it definitely got me raging. Like, and it's been a long time. Like, games don't really make me rage that hard, and I haven't played that many games, like I said, so made it to this point on my list.
Yeah, I beat Half-Life. I don't remember anything. It's like back like 15 years ago when I used to play CS 1.6 and had the orange box. It's called the orange box, right?
Yep, love the orange box.
And I played those, and I played the alternate perspective security guard one. What's it called?
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah. I can't
remember, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I played that one too. I don't remember it being specifically difficult, but it was also 15 years ago, and I was also playing online CS 1.6 and sucking at that too. So maybe all of my like gamer rage went towards that FPS versus the other FPS.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But yeah, no, that's a good pick. I didn't think that was going to show up, but yeah. That's good.
I'd say at this point, like, everything on my list isn't particularly that crazy difficult. I just haven't played a lot of games.
No, that's fair.
I think it's more interesting because we're getting a perspective of like not the typical like Sekiro, not the typical
exactly.
Fuck you, Trey,
man.
Sorry, I was going to call KO out.
Sekiro, Bloodborne, fuck off.
Nobody cares.
Okay. So now my number 6 is going to be one of those like, well, how like if you played a single player version of it, it'd probably be pretty easy. But the fact that it's an online game or playing against other players, there's a skill ceiling involved and it becomes really fucking difficult. So my number 6 is Rocket League.
Oh shit.
Because I've been playing Rocket League. I think it's my second most played game. I have almost 2,000 hours in it, probably 1,400 hours on Steam, but then I switched over to Epic Games and I don't know how to check Epic Games and I haven't cared to figure that out. So, but I've been actually playing it a couple times recently and it's easy to like get back into the swing of things. I'm just as good as I was, but the fact that I'm just as good as I was means that I'm just as bad in comparison to people that are actually good at the game. Playing like I'm champ level, but people in champ level, like, man, that game is so fucking hard. Like jumping and flying, trying to hit the ball well, just being constantly involved with like rotations with your teammates. And like, if you are a brave person and play online alone, then go with God.
Who is that brave?
Like, you are going to be flamed out of everything, or you will be the flamer. I don't know what. It's the like I don't play League of Legends or Dota or Melee online against Rand or anything like that. Rocket League is the closest thing that I have to that, so it is what I have to put all of the online interaction with people that play way more than me. I have to put all of those feelings into that bottle, and Rocket League does that. And it's people put a lot of time into that game, and people are really good at that game, and people practice specific shots for hours, like a speedrun. And I don't. And it's like, sure, I can dribble, but it is insanely difficult to just like jump in and be destroyed often. Like, I'm not even close to the highest rank in that game. And well, I'm not far away, but like being champ is you're amongst great players, and it's tough. And that's all I really have to say on that. It's jump, flying, soccer, but like at its core, if it was a one-player game, you'd be able to like beat the game, like get the grip of it and beat the bots that the game throws at you, sure. But once you're playing against people that are practicing and trying to maybe even go into the esport of Rocket League, that is a tough road to hoe, and it becomes one of my and number 6 hardest game of all time.
Toyota Yaris.
Yeah, you drive your dude. If they put a Toyota Yaris in that game, I would play the shit out of it.
No.
But yeah, so that's our first top. That's our 10 through 6 of our top 10 hardest games of all time. To go through it really quickly, I did this for the top 10 pod last time. But Trey's top are 10 through 6 are Metroid Prime 2 Echoes at number 10, number 9, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, number 8, Monkey Ball Jr., number 7, Mario The Lost Levels, number 6, specifically pre-patch Back 4 Blood. And then KO's is number 10, Monster Hunter World plus Rise, number 9, Sekiro, number 8, Cuphead, and in the Quartz tier, number 7, pre-patch Back 4 Blood again, and FTL Faster Than Light at number 6. Plankton is Donkey Kong 64 at number 10, number 9, Geometry Dash, number 8, Mario and Luigi. Actually, I have it written Morrow and Luigi, partners in time.
Close enough.
Number 7, Crash Bandicoot, Wrath of Cortex. Number 6, Half-Life. And then mine are Bloodborne, from 10 to 6, Bloodborne, Bulletstorm, Baba Is You, Gran Turismo 5, and then Rocket League.
Damn.
Nice.
So starting with number 5 at Trey.
All right, number 5, big 5. All right, number 5, we have I Wanna Be the Guy.
Oh,
No way.
Hey, y'all played this one?
I've seen it before.
I've seen
done a little
Bashi.
looking.
All right, so yeah, I Want to Be the Guy. This was the origin point of the I Want to Be the blank type stuff, believe it or not. All right. Bashi came after this. This was like the OG. I think it was intended to just like sort of be an unfair, difficult in a way, like, it's well designed because, like, I guess technically it's fair because if you just, like, jump the right time, shoot the right way, know the boss patterns, it can be consistent, but it's designed to be, like, really cheap, especially in a blind playthrough. Like, random traps will just come down and smash you. We have no way of seeing coming. But even when you know they're there, it's also tough to avoid them. So
yeah, for sure.
And I played this game back when it was maybe like a year or two old. This was like back in 2011 or so, maybe even 2010, like forever ago. And I actually like clawed my way through, and I got through hard mode. And the way difficulties work in this game is that the harder it is, I mean, hard is like the second easiest difficulty because it starts with like normal. Or yeah, I think the easiest is called normal, and it has the most checkpoints in it. And your little character actually has like a little ribbon on him for like, oh, like pansy mode, haha. But like hard mode, you have your default looking sprite, and there's less checkpoints. Basically, difficulty is like the higher the difficulty, the fewer checkpoints you get. And very hard just had even fewer checkpoints, and then impossible mode literally has no checkpoints the whole game. You have to like a perfect run to be in impossible mode, which people have actually done because they're crazy. But anyway,
gross.
Yeah, I beat the game on hard mode. It took me forever. This was before I met Sid, and I was like much more accustomed to just like, look up the fucking thing. I don't care. I don't care about pride. So I would sometimes look things up. Like,
what did our relationship change? Wait, what?
Well, no, like ever since I met you, I'm more willing to like push through a game and figure it out myself versus just like no, it's a good thing.
I thought that meeting me made you look shit up more. I'm like, wait, how?
No, this was before, and I was looking shit up.
It was the opposite. Okay, we're cool.
Yeah. So, I mean, at times it was tough to know where to go because like right when you start the very beginning of the game, I didn't even know to like the first place they intend you to go is to like to jump through the ceiling and start going that way. They start you off in this room where like if you keep going straight and fall down, these like wall crushers just like ram into you at light speed. Not faster than light FTL, but like light speed. Anyway.
Okay, yeah.
And yeah, it was a tough game to get. You know, it has mini bosses. Like you fight Mike Tyson first. You learn his patterns. You like shoot him with a little gun that you have. You get through all these like video game themed levels. Like Mega Man 2 is in there. It's pretty sick. Like a lot of ripped sprite work, but like well done sprite work, I guess. And then I tried the game on very hard mode. I was like, okay, I beat hard mode. It took ages. This was like back when I mainly just played easy games and never like seeked out difficult games. And also before speedrunning. So I didn't really have the grindy mindset of, okay, I need to put in many hours to this thing to beat it. So, you know, getting over that hurdle, first of all, was tough. But then I tried very hard mode, and I was like, man, I'm just going to say I didn't beat it. I think I got stuck. There's a, like, giant Mecha Birdo boss fight that shoots these eggs at you, and it plays, like, Ikaruga music. It's kind of funny. And you're jumping, like, on these little, or, like, actually big. The giant Mecha Birdo is shooting these big mecha eggs. You jump from egg to egg, and you keep shooting him, and he has other moves and stuff. That's the thing. Like, it's a pretty tough boss on its own. And because it was very hard, I think there was, like, some of, like, the hard level you had to get through, and then the boss. And then, this is the real kicker. This is where I think I don't know if I rage quit or just was like, fuck this. I don't know. This is stupid.
Yeah.
When you beat this boss fight in very hard mode, you don't quite have the checkpoint yet. There's one more room you have to get through with just, like, one or two, like, fairly tough jumps you have to nail. And I'm pretty sure I died, like, on the very last jump before the checkpoint after beating this boss. And was like, yeah, I'm done with this. I already beat hard mode. But yeah, like the OG, you want to be the guy. Never played any other games. I never played Bashi, which I think is actually supposed to be harder. I think most I want to be the blank games are harder now. This was like the original one. So it's like, well, it's got to be at least that hard. But this is the one that I played. And I was a lot scrubbier at games in general back then. But beating it in hard mode, it was quite the accomplishment. So
yeah, I've never heard you talk about that game, and I'm surprised.
Yeah, it was someone on the forum I frequented back in the day used to like, he uploaded like his whole walkthrough in very hard mode. I was like, oh, this game looks kind of cool. I'll try it out. Not even knowing how hard it was going to be going into it. But
Well, like you talk about the fact just like, oh, I'm not a gamer. Like, I'm not good at games. Or you are a gamer. It's like, I'm not good at games.
I've always been a gamer. I'm just not good at them.
Yeah, and then I'm just like, well, I want to beat the guy on hard mode. Like
that was like my first gamer moment. All right, I became like I leveled up as a gamer a little bit at that moment.
You upped your gamer stamina and added the Skyrim perk to gamerdom in that.
Sure, moment. I went from like level whatever to 10. I'm just making up numbers. I don't even. Anyway, yeah. I don't know if you guys have anything to say about that.
All I know is like watching a bunch of Boshi, but yeah, some frame perfect jumps.
Yeah, just imagine Boshi except a bit easier and like less effort put into the animations and stuff.
Yeah, so. That sounds about right.
Yep.
Hard jumps.
Wow, that's a lot of gamer points, Trent.
A lot of spikes. A lot of spikes.
A lot of spikes. Yeah.
So.
Kao, what's your number 5?
So, yeah, my number 5, this is going to be a little different from all the other ones.
Sure.
So this game, let's take a look, right? So it's a platforming game, survival game. It's like not something like survival platformer. What the heck? This doesn't exist. It's not real. Well, believe it or not, it is real. And the game in my number 5 is Rain World. It's a game I've played on stream before.
Quartz tier?
Game's, It's still Quartz. We're still in Quartz. Yep. Don't want to get it confused. This is a hard Quartz. This is a very particularly strong Quartz.
I've seen this.
So this game, essentially, you play as like a slug in this game, and you're a slug cat. You can like crawl. You can do like all sorts of slug and cat like movements, like I'm sure you're familiar with in day-to-day life. But basically, you're like going through this environment, and essentially the like premise of the game is like every day at the end of the day, like it rains, you know, it rains real hard. It's raining bullets, like it gets ridiculous. And if you don't get into a den by the end of the day, by the time it rains, you're done skis. Everything in the game needs to get into a den by the end of the day because nothing can survive the rain. It's like it's too messed up, right? Basically nothing. So it's essentially, it's just real life, a Rain World. You are both predator and prey. You need to eat to survive. Before like the night, otherwise you'll starve. So you know, you eat berries. You can eat some like animals like that you find in the wilderness that are smaller than you. But then, of course, it's like a eat and be eaten type of game. Like there are many predators out in the wild, and some of them are very crafty with the ways that they kill you. So there are like, for instance, I'm just gonna call them like pole mimics. They're like you know, like the mimic chests in Dark Souls, right?
Yeah. Sure.
So basically in this game, like there's like climbing is like a lot of the game, and there's like poles that you can climb on, right? And there is an animal that looks exactly like a pole, right? But if you like touch it or climb on it or hit it, or like you can climb on them, it will just eat you. Like it just, you know. So this game is terrifying. If anybody is like, if you're ever interested in playing a horror game, but you don't like the genre of horror, you know, like I don't want to play like a freaking horror game. Like horror games suck, you know. Just play Rain World. Like it's not a horror game, but like this game has terrified me. Like the real challenge of this game is like staying sane while you play it. Like it's so scary. I've screamed so many times playing this game because it's just the wild. Like it's just the actual wilderness. But like in this like really fucked up sort of way. I don't know. It's crazy. You don't know what is your enemy and what is your friend. You can like tame. There's like lizards in this game you can like tame and shit, but like, dude, they just want to eat you. I don't know, but it is exactly as unforgiving as you would expect. And so here it is at number 5. You also drown real fast. You drown in like 3 seconds. You cannot hold your breath underwater. But yeah, I don't know. Game's real hard. It's a lot of fun. This is one of my favorite games on this list. This is actually potential recommendation level. Like this game's really, really awesome. Very extremely unique. There's no other game like it. Not even like remotely close.
Did you complete the game or like get close?
I've not completed. Completed it. I'm very, very. But I believe I am very close. I think I am going to finish this game. I am 36.2 hours deep. So there's like quite a lot of content. It's also getting a DLC coming. June.
Months.
Yeah, 6 months. 6 months.
Sweet.
And yeah, it's called Downpour. I'm very excited. I have to beat this game before the DLC so that I can, get sauced. Very cool.
What tier did you say this was?
This is still quartz, but we're in hard quartz. This is, if any of the games on my list, like of all the games on my list, I think this one's by far the most interesting and the one that I'm most like excited to talk about. It's the difficulty with talking about it is it's like indescribable. You have to like look up and like see like images of the game to have like any idea what I'm talking about. I like can't describe the game.
The problem with describing this game is it is undescribable.
It's actually indescribable. You cannot like. It's just.
Is it first person?
It is. It is third person. It's a second. It's a. There's screens in the game. You go through screens.
It's Mario 64.
Yeah, it's Mario. No. It's Super Mario Bros. The original. It's the original Super Mario Bros.
Yeah. It's like Super Meat Boy.
It's like Super Meat Boy. Yeah.
Nice.
And one weird thing, there's like a 90-page movement guide in this game.
What?
Yeah, there's like a 90-page long like movement guide. Like the movement in this game is like insane. I haven't even like scratched the surface by playing it. Your slug can do like backflips and like fucking like you have like a ton of movement. You can like roll. There's like a crazy amount of like weird movement that has no purpose. There's no reason. It does not belong in the game at all, but like the movement in this game is cracked for some like
Well, now I'm more intrigued because a game that should have a 90-page movement guide but doesn't is Mario Sunshine.
Yeah, dude, there's actually like a 90-page movement guide.
That's crazy.
It's insane. Anyway, yeah, that's Rainbow number 5.
I put it on my bucket list. I might try it out.
I think I might play that. That sounds good.
It's
bro, good. I'm sold. All right, bro, I'm sold.
All right. It's frustrating though. It's frustrating because it's hard.
Number 5.
Oh, me?
Sure.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Is it my turn?
You're next.
It's my turn? Oh, all right. Well, I'm just gonna, spoiler alert, my top 5 is just like very like skill ceiling type deals. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, so number 5, I have Mario DDR, which I don't even know if people even remember this game exists.
Wasn't this game like complete dog shit?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, apparently people thought so. But when I was a kid, dude, people were legit losing weight over this game. They were like the people were fighting childhood obesity with Mario DDR, and
that's
it got me kind of interested when I was a kid, and I actually put a ton of hours into it. I actually wanted to get good at it because like I couldn't play real DDR because that shit hurt my feet, and I'm like I don't weigh that much. So, I don't know. Tried to get good at Mario DDR, and it gave me a hard time, so...
Wait, so you're actually using, like, a foot thing, not, like, a controller?
Oh, yeah, like, I used the thing. The thing just because it was cool. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the one way to play. I would never play DDR, like, with a control stick.
Is your preamble for number 5 being your top 5 being, like, mostly skill ceiling games...
Well, I wasn't really necessarily talking about this game.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Dude, the skill ceiling in Mario DDR.
It's crazy.
To be fair, DDR has a fucking skill ceiling.
Oh, yeah.
Like, has
DDR, yeah.
DDR is actually crazy, yeah. Like, it gets crazy hard, for sure.
No, dude,
like,
I never played DDR, so whenever I tried it in arcade, I can, like, barely do the easiest difficulty.
Yeah, same.
I think a dream of mine, people always say, I want to get an arcade machine or something. I kind of want to get a DDR set up at some point. That'd be kind of dope.
Ooh.
Then I could practice and be actually good when I go to an arcade.
Damn. I wouldn't want that.
I don't know.
And it's also good cardio, so.
Good cardio's fine.
It's like fun cardio.
The thing is that the cardio machines are like so worn out. You have to stomp those bitches so fucking hard, bro. And I just can't do that. My feet would never be able to handle that.
Sure.
My ankles.
All right.
Wow, that was quick. Mine's going to be also quick unless people really want to talk about it. I can pull a similar thing that Quan did during the top 10 pod, or just where it's just like, yeah, this game we can move on, so my number 5 is also or not also a skill ceiling game, we established, but it's a skill ceiling game. And it's a game that I've put a bunch of years into, and Trey's put a bunch of years into, and Plankton is currently putting years into.
I like where this is going.
And KO was involved with a bit, but yeah, my number 5, I actually put on the list, Super Mario Sunshine.
Let's go.
Okay, I just gotta say, Mario Sunshine is tough if your goal is to get a 114.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very subjective. Like, it's like what I was saying with Rocket League, where it's just like you could go through the main story or whatever and not interact with anybody else. Whoever does that with Rocket League, you're insane. But because there is like a solo mode. But with Sunshine, you could do a similar thing. It's just like you just play through the game and you play and you have nostalgia from when you're a kid, and you're just like, okay, awesome. Well, I had a good time. Move on. But then when you're 22 and have some free time, you watch a speed run of it and you're like, I own that game, and now I'm almost 30 and I've been playing the game for so long, and I'm top 40 in the world. Trey's top
20
in the world.
Barely.
That's how we met. It's a difficult game. There's a huge community. There's a community of people grinding the ILs. Plankton.
Mm-hmm.
Being one of them.
I wanted Plankton to say something. But we're all involved to some degree with that game. And it would be, I almost didn't put it on the list. And then I was just like, I have to put it on. Like, it's a difficult game. I put hundreds of hours, just like, I don't even consider myself an IL guy. I have world records in that game in ILs that I've put hundreds of hours into. And trying to get the best time and trying to like get my movement to be as clean as possible and earn a 115 and have it where I am and have the community record for 96 shines and the 90-page 90-page movement guide that should be involved with Sunshine. I know a fair bit of those 90 pages, and it's one of those games, easy to get into or easy to play, hard to master. And I'm in the hard to master part of the gameplay of it, where somebody can be like, oh, what's the easiest game of all time? It's like top 10 easiest games. It's like Sunshine could probably be on somebody's easiest games list.
Well, even that, I would say Sunshine's actually kind of tough casually.
Sure.
Well,
like, it's easy to get lost in. Like, how do I get to Noki Bay? What the fuck is this light? What am I doing? I never played 64.
But yeah, I felt like I had to put it on the list, and that's all I really have to say about it. We've talked about Sunshine to death on this podcast.
I considered putting it on, but I felt kind of weird being like, well, if you just, like, if the reason is because of the goal I want to achieve in the game that's beyond the constraints of what Nintendo ever intended, it's like, I can't really justify that. But it's dope you put it on, though.
Yeah, but then you could also argue, like, literally any multiplayer game doesn't go on the list, in my head.
Yeah, I tried to avoid multiplayer and speedrun related stuff, because that's just like going beyond the Call of Duty, not the game, but like the phrase. So
it just felt gross to have our podcast is called Video Games Are Hard, and we met playing Sunshine, and me saying video games are hard literally comes from me talking about Sunshine or fucking up a speedrun in Sunshine. So it's just like, you know what? You'll get your PB, video games are hard. Like,
yeah. See, I'm glad you put it on. Like, at least one of us had to.
Yeah, so. I would feel weird if I did.
I would have said more about it, but I also did put it on.
Sure,
my
we'll
number
get to
3.
It. Don't spoil. Everybody spoils their fucking numbers. God.
I'm sorry.
Man.
Ugh. We know 2 number 3s now.
Hey, as long as KO doesn't spoil his tier names, we're good.
Yeah.
We're golden. But
yeah, I just need. I can't get spoiled on the tier names.
Right.
It just felt weird not putting it Sunshine. So yeah, difficult game.
Yeah, I think that's you probably know like 89 of the 90 pages. The one you're missing is that It's not called Spin Slide, it's Beyblade.
It's Spin Slide.
Fuck you. All right.
It's called Spin Slide.
Number 4.
Number 4 for average fit.
Okay, my number 4, it's really exciting, guys. Dark Souls.
Let's go.
I didn't. Hey, so this is like my big cheat pick. I'm just putting all 3 of them in here. I don't fucking like.
Sure.
I tried to think like mind game my way through like which is the hardest of the 3. I don't know because they were all hard in their own way to me. So Dark Souls 1. I could say is the hardest because it's the first one I played. I had the least experience going into it. The first 10 hours of my playthrough, I didn't even know that rolling gave you iframes. I was so new to it. I spent like 3 hours on Moonlight Butterfly because of that, and I was a super Omega scrub. But if I played Dark Souls 1 now, I probably would get through it a lot more swimmingly. Dark Souls 2, I could say, is the hardest because the completely optional DLC content was some of the toughest stuff I played in a Souls game. It's also my favorite one. I did all the bosses in it, did the most extra stuff in it of any game in the series. Dark Souls 3, I could argue, is the hardest because I think that it had the hardest, like, on their own bosses in the game, or at least they were hard in a different way. So, like, in 2, there were some bosses that took me like an hour or 2 to beat, but I feel like they were, like, you could learn their pattern better and be more consistent at the bosses after you learn them. In Dark Souls 3, they were much more, I like to say, crapshooty bosses, where it's like, okay, I beat the boss, but I couldn't see myself having a much easier time doing it again because I kind of got lucky with like the moves he did. Yeah. He moves kind of fast. It was kind of like there's 2 guys going around, like they overlap attacks sometimes. Like, I hope they don't do that. They were more crapshooty and like less consistentable than in 2 and 1.
I love your sentence structure.
each of the 3 games I could argue is the hardest, so I put them all in one thing. What else did I put in here? I put some notes down. I think I pretty much covered it all. Yeah, I got to play Dark Souls 1 again, to be honest, like knowing what the fuck I'm doing.
Dream it.
And also I got to like do some of the DLC that like, there's no way you're going to find the DLC in 1 without looking it up. It's so cryptic.
Nope.
You have to like defeat some crystal guy behind where like the Hydra is, and then go defeat this other thing in the library, then you have access to it. It's so cryptic. Mm-hmm. The Painted World as well. Never did the Painted World. But yeah, just Dark Souls overall. Hard games. I know I'm really breaking new grounds here, guys.
Let's go, Sekiro.
Thank
you. No one has ever had this opinion on gaming before, but I'm going to be the first one to say it. They're pretty tough.
You're so brave.
But again, like, unlike racing multiple Toyota Yari, whatever the fuck you call it.
Yari.
Where it's like a boring, okay, get the perfect line, but it's like boring to grind, so like kind of fuck this. It's actually like, it's fun, the combat and stuff, so you are willing to put in the 2, sometimes 3 hours to beat a really hard thing.
Oh, yeah.
And then you're like, fuck yeah, I did it. Yeah, that's good.
There is definitely something to be said about difficulty of being able to like put the time in.
Being willing to actually grind that much.
Putting in the work, putting in the hours.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dark Souls trilogy. Fuck you, game.
Fuck you.
I don't know why I said that.
Fuck you.
Screw the rules. I have money. All right, go ahead.
All right,
Kaok.
Guys, we're moving in to a new tier. We're cracking open the diamond tier of gaming. The hardest rock
that is
known
pretty
to
hard.
Man. A mineral like you've never seen before in your entire life.
Number 1's going to be Obsidian. Or whatever.
For this game, Obsidian Minecraft. Number 1, Minecraft. Okay.
Oh, we're on number 1 now.
So this is something... Okay. So for this one, I'm doing something that I haven't done before. I haven't put in a game like this into the list. You know, for this game, I'm just going to come out and say it. I'm going to spit it out. It's Dota 2. We're cracking Dota 2 out. And I thought about... Ancients? Excluding Defense of the Ancients, the second installment from this list, because, you know, it's like infinite skill ceiling, like, you know, it's just as hard as, like, your opponents are. But no, actually, this game is just fucked up. And the reason why is there are 123 heroes in this game, right? Okay, so, like, let's imagine we're just, like, playing chess, right? We got, like, how many pieces do we have in, like, a chessboard? We got, like, what, like, 6?
I think there's we got like six different ones. Yeah,
I think we got like 6 pieces. They pawn. We got 123 of them. There's like 6. We got 123 pieces. We got 123 different pieces, right? Each of these pieces don't just have one like movement pattern. They've got they have at bare minimum they have 4 abilities. But they can have up to 9. So that's like kind of a shit ton. It's no like World of Warcraft. Like I've got to build like I've got an ability list that's like as long as my monitor. But you still have a few abilities, and you have to like know how to use them. You need to also. It's very important that you know how every hero like interacts with one another. You gotta know like your lanes. You gotta know what your teammate does. If you're picking like a ranged backline like squishy hero in the lane, like you're probably gonna want like a frontliney hero. Don't mess this up. If you mess this up, you're gonna lose the game. Don't mess it up. You gotta know what the enemy team is picking. You need to know all of their heroes' abilities exactly. You need to know exactly what they do. Otherwise, you're just gonna get hard countered randomly. You got like 20 seconds to make these decisions, by the way, in the picking phase. Let's not forget that you pick these heroes. You pick them 2 at a time. You and a teammate will pick it at the same time, and you have 20 seconds. So I hope you think fast. Okay. There are only 123 heroes to pick from. So it's not difficult or anything. It's actually very easy. Yeah. The game is impossible to learn. They made it impossible in the most recent patch. They removed all words from the game. No, they didn't do that. But when I played this frickin' game, there was no tutorial. Okay, I don't understand how anyone ever learned or played this game. It doesn't make any sense to me. There's no explanation for anything. Some of the ability descriptions are just like wrong in the game sometimes. You'll read an ability description, you're like, wow, that's the laziest. You can read like an ability description, and it's like, wow, I have no idea what this ability does. Sometimes they're wrong. That's so bad.
That's like in Dark Souls 1, where it's just like some of the item descriptions are literally not right.
Yeah, one of my top Reddit posts that I've ever made of all time is just me complaining about ability descriptions in Dota 2 because they'll just be wrong. And just like lazily worded. Sometimes it's not but I'm convinced this game is developed by like a single person at most. Quite possibly a team of like one monkey, maybe 2, is developing the game. But yeah, the game gets patched.
I think it's a team of an infinite number of monkeys on typewriters.
Yeah, it could possibly be, very possibly. But we're not getting the final product. We're just getting one of the random ones.
But one of them writes Shakespeare.
Oh, dude, yes. I forgot to mention that there are items in this game. How many items are there in Dota 2? Dota... Okay, we're just gonna look this up. How many items are in Dota 2?
707.
There's 208, just a small number of 208 items. You have 6 inventory slots. So, just a couple thousands of combinations there. No big deal, really. There's you have 3 backpack slots, just in case, you need more items you can't decide. So, there's a couple items. Every different hero can build different items in each game. Certain items counter certain heroes. Certain items counter certain other items. There's items that give you evasion, and then items that give you, like, true strikes, so that you can pierce through evasion. It's very, very cool, very interesting. A lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun playing this game. I promise that I'm not lying.
I believe you.
But it's also...
I don't believe you.
It's just ridiculously complicated. It's too complex, and that's why it's there. It's nothing to do with the gameplay. It's just the sheer total number of everything that you have to know in order to make a well-informed decision in the game. And that's number 4, Diamond tier, Dota 2, hard as nails.
Hard as diamond.
Hard as diamond.
I don't know, Dota 2 just sounds stressful to me. Like, why would you want to put yourself through that?
I don't know, man. You just do. One day you wake up and you already have done it. And you're like, wow, what the how did I end up here? How did I get here? Watching the days go by,
Oh, you're awake.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, you're awake. And you know how to play Dota 2 and all the heroes and all their abilities. Yeah, that's the game. That's my number 4, Plankton. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I don't think I have, actually. In fact, the only game I've ever heard of is the one that's my number 4. unless people have more to say about yours.
No, go for it.
I'm good.
No, go for it.
So my number 4 is just basically the baby version of KO's number 4. My number 4 is League of Legends.
No way.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is. So, I put okay, this is partially on the list again, because I just cannot stand this game. This game has actually just crushed my soul in so many ways, and I didn't even play it that long, maybe like a year and a half in 2013, 2012 maybe, but it was just, I don't know, the community was just so toxic and made me feel like I had to put every hour of my life into this game, or else I was just not good at video games or something. I don't know, but I put a ton of hours into this game. It never made me feel good. It only made me feel awful, and it's definitely really deep with all the items and countering your lanes or whatever. I don't even want to really think about it. Honestly, I hate the game that much because it's just so awful.
Oh, it's free to play.
Maybe I'll just give it a shot. It's like a stab at it.
Yeah, just play one game. It'll be easy.
Yeah. It'll be easy. I mean, it is the baby version of KO's number 4.
You have even more heroes. Your items are easy, though. The items in League of Legends are mostly all just passive abilities, so you can buy them and just, not think about them.
That's true.
In Dota 2, it's great. You just end up playing the game with 10 different active abilities at a certain point, and you don't know what anything does, and you just want to die.
Eventually all the abilities, you have 10 abilities on, they just all cancel out each other, so it's nothing.
Oh dude, there's 10 people in the game and each of them have 10 abilities, and it's the most horrifying thing ever. You're just trying to think what do I do? What am I why was I even born?
Speaking of which, I just saw Pissman playing Dota 2. That's not you, confirmed.
No way. Yeah, but
I thought
League of Legends is just League of Legends is just Dota. It's just the same thing.
Basically, in my head, it basically is. I've watched you play Dota, and it looks the same to me.
As a person who hasn't played either of them, they're definitely just the same in my head.
Yeah, they basically are.
All right.
Minor differences.
I don't really have much to say about it.
Yeah, I've played 2 games of Dota in my life, and I've been tagged along. I played an IO, and people told me what to do, and I was just I had a fine experience. I know that some people want me to play some Dota one time. Maybe I'll download League of Legends just to shut them up. Who knows? But
no, please. Do you have any idea what was going on in those games?
No, I know. I get the idea.
Outside of your own hero, any idea?
Oh, no. Me playing? No, I have no idea.
It's fucking stupid.
It's so those games look so complicated to me that I'm just I'll just play Rocket League. That's why my sliver is Rocket League, where it's so simple, but at the same time, the skill ceiling's so high, and then you can still be flamed. So it's great. Mm-hmm. You know? It's the same kind of deal.
It's the full package. Yeah.
That's why I put Dota in, because I feel like if Dota was a single player game, with a campaign, and your goal was the same objective, it would still be really hard.
Oh yeah.
Because
that's fair, yeah.
That's whereas Osu is just very simple mechanic, one button clicky, but infinite skill ceiling. Dota 2 is you need to have infinite brain power just to start playing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people out there with infinite brain power. It's crazy.
Yeah, me myself, in fact.
Yeah, League is basically Dota, but it definitely doesn't require that much brain power. It's definitely much less brain power.
All right.
Still a lot of brain power.
BP. I leveled up my BP. Like some Dota.
How many heroes are in League, I wonder? Or champions, they're called. Ooh.
Gotta be at least tree fitty.
So I guess I'll do my number 4. My number 4 is a different vibe.
I'm down for a different vibe.
Well, it's a different vibe from them. Okay, so my number 4 is I spent a lot of time on it. I streamed it. My first playthrough I didn't, and found it quite difficult on hard mode. But then when I chose to replay it, just like Trey did, Fire Emblem 2 Houses on maddening mode, I
2 houses.
2 houses? What did I say?
You said 2.
Oh, I said 2. It's 3.
There we go. Good job.
Thank you, Maddening Mode. When he streamed that, he streamed the harder difficulty and not the first playthrough. I did the same thing with Vanquish. I didn't stream the first playthrough, and then I streamed the second playthrough, and I streamed all of it, and I beat it on God Hard Mode. And we've had discussions about it. I think some fights in that game, like especially first playthrough, are really stupid hard. There were some levels where I died upwards of 70 times, not nearly as much as like Celeste, but dying in the game is more punishing than in Celeste.
Well, yeah, Celeste, the death is like nothing. It's like fucking.
It's like, oh, you just like test jumping into a spike to just start the screen all over again. In Vanquish, it's just like, oh, you got like 6 minutes into this fight. Oh, okay, restart it. It's like, okay, well, this sucks. And playing it on God Hard, and it's interesting because I do have like games that I thought of where it's just going to the next difficulty tier. Like we were talking about, it's like, oh, every game on the hardest difficulty. But Vanquish is like a different beast on God Hard. Like peeking from cover isn't insta-death, but like if some enemies are in the area, it's insta-death. It's like kind of a fair version of those ramp up the difficulty thing. And like if you learn how to play and go through each level, then you can actually play it fairly well. That's why I've done a few speedruns of the specific God Hard category. And just some enemies are so unfair. Or one enemy is specifically unfair. The golden version of like the grunt enemies are, if you're out of cover for more than 1 second, you are getting shot, and 2 shots will kill you depending on how much like underneath health you have. I don't quite understand that mechanic. Like you can be out of cover and have basically have yourself regenerated like in Call of Duty for probably upwards of 20 seconds and still have perceived damage on you. So if you get hit by these guys, you will die, even though it should be a 2-hit kill. So I don't really know about that, but my first playthrough was like upwards of 70 deaths in certain areas. And then I've talked about it on the podcast before, the final 2 bosses. And
oh boy. And I've seen these on stream. They were not fun.
Yeah, and I know Kao's seen them too. And I know Plankton's seen them too.
Yeah.
The bros.
I knew this was going to be on the list.
Bros equal leets.
Yeah. the bogey bros.
You equals noobs.
It's true.
What's the God, I haven't played it in so long. Who's the second last boss?
Oh, fuck, what was his name? It was some like overly masculine sounding name.
He's just this huge dude. I don't know.
Bruce. Not Bruce.
No, it's not Bruce.
It was Bruce. Yeah, okay. So Captain Bruce. It basically was like just this big soldier guy. I actually am so sad that I can't remember his name right now, but it's just that fight was really hard, and I was like, oh, this will be fine. The final boss in
Robert Burns.
Oh, it was Burns. Yeah, Burns. And it was some B name that was like,
Bobby Burns. But yeah, that fight on God Hard, I don't remember it on hard mode, but on God Hard it was difficult, or it was the most difficult. It was actually the most difficult fight on hard mode, but it wasn't like something that stuck out in my head really that much. And I was just like, oh, okay. And then on God Hard, it was even more difficult. And I was like, oh my God, this is so hard. And I remember Trey saying something along the lines of, oh, I can't even believe that it was like designed to be beatable.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, okay, so I'll go beat the final boss. It'll be fine. Cause that was like, Burns was the hardest fight in my hard mode playthrough. And then playing the Bogey Brothers on hard mode was fine. Like I don't remember really any part of my playthrough or the final fight on my first playthrough. I don't remember it being difficult. I don't remember. But God Hard Bogey Brothers is the hardest fight ever.
Yeah, in the history of games.
It is really fucking hard. Just the combination of the two, they can be unfair with you. They can just be like one guy behind you while you're trying to be in cover from the red guy that has a one-shot kill. That is his default weapons fire in God Hard mode. It's insanity. The combination, you want them to do one of their scripted moves in order to have them be busy for a second instead of having them shoot their default fire, because the default fire on the red character will kill you in one shot. most of the time.
Yeah, so it reaches that point in gaming where you feel like fighting a boss is less about just the typical dodging and shooting at them. It's more about you have to like manipulate their AI a certain way just to survive.
It feels like it to that extent. And so my first, how long did it take me to beat God Hard Bogey Brothers? It was a 16-hour stream that I didn't beat it during. And then it was a 9-hour stream the next day, 6-hour stream the next day, something like that. That I ended up actually beating it. So it was a lot of, and when I was saying like, oh, deaths are really punishing in this game, so 70 is a lot, I died 512 times on the Bogey Brothers fight in God Hard. And I beat it, and I've beaten it a bunch of times since, and there's manipulation that you can use with the grenades to make it easier, but like pure, like glitchless Bogey Brothers fight is probably one of the hardest fights in all of gaming. Especially for me, because like Trey was saying about first-person shooters, it's a third-person shooter, but still like same kind of mentality towards that. The movement is really good on controller, but like aiming on controller is a lot more difficult. And I was playing on controller on PC, so make of it what you will. But yeah, Vanquish God Hard, number 4 hardest game because just like some of the bosses, some of the fights, and the final boss is like insane. Like I don't even think it's unfair. It's just sometimes it's just like there was nothing I could have done, and it's hard. But yeah, that's my number 4, Vanquish God Hard.
Vanquish God Hard.
Yeah, we were all there along with you, watching you do it, and we're so proud of you. Good job.
We're so proud of you, Sid.
Thank you.
Number 3, big 3, right?
Oh shit!
Like, I keep saying like big number. I don't know why.
Big number. Better.
Every number's big. Number 3, another boring pick. I said Elden Ring.
Dark Souls and Elden Ring.
Yes, really exciting. I know, but I'm just, them's the facts, all right? I consider Elden Ring in my own way to be harder than the previous 3 or whatever, the Souls trilogy.
Yeah.
Mainly because first of all, I was kind of using the wrong play style, I suppose, because I was so ingrained in my head. Most of my playthrough, I sort of used like a similar, what I would do in Souls 1, 2, or 3, where, you know, like 99% of the time do your faster, weaker attack, because like it's more DPS typically. You have more time to like do it, like get a swing in and dodge afterwards. But no, this game, it really encourages you to do strong attacks more often, because pretty much any boss in the game can be staggered specifically by strong attacks, which I was unaware of. Like that would have made stuff like Margit much easier. You know, getting an extra stagger or 2 in there, like to get some free damage. But yeah, going for like strong attacks more often when you can get them in, get enough of them in, you can actually stagger the biggest of bosses, which I was unaware of for like 90% of my playthrough probably. So yeah, not knowing that, I made bosses harder than they had to be. But secondly, the bosses in this game, specifically like the late game, like the final 4 that you're required to beat, all of them were just a nightmare for me to beat. Like, as a person who's, you know, pretty familiar with Soul stuff, you would think, okay, I'm going in, I kind of know what I'm doing. You know, if it's like a big dude, you sort of close the distance, roll inside of his hitbox, or like his roll in front of where his sword is swinging, sort of like go to town on him. But no, every late game boss just has a ridiculous combination of combo moves they can do. They can do like from 5 to 10 little swings in a row. You gotta like learn the timing of each one. And again, I didn't realize to like do heavy moves to stagger them very much. Whenever I got a stagger, it felt like sheer luck to me. And again, there are things you can use, like, you know, the summon things to help you out, which in some cases definitely helped me out in bosses. It was like another free AI you could distract the boss with to beat him. But the fact that I had to use those to beat them when they weren't even an option in previous Souls games, I would consider these harder, because it's just like, well, shit, if that wasn't an option, like, I don't know if I could even do this. It's so tough. And the final boss, like the very, very final boss, had a move where it's like a ton of light particles coming at you for like 10 seconds straight. And I genuinely have zero idea how they expect you to dodge it all. I mentioned this in a podcast previously, but I literally had to use my wondrous flask of physic to like drink a thing that makes hits that hit you actually heal you for like 5 seconds straight or something.
Yeah.
that was the only way I could survive it, because it was like, I can't dodge all this stuff. I'm sorry. I'm not, I didn't make a fucking ninja build to dodge all this shit. So it just like, I guess FromSoft really like upped the difficulty of their bosses to even give like Souls veterans, I wouldn't say I'm a veteran, but like people who played Souls games even more than I have,
connoisseur,
a challenge beyond like, oh, DS1 for the most part, as long as you just like know these 2 moves and like know to like sort of roll around inside of them, then you're good to go. But like this game, it's like, no. You got to know all these weird combos and shit. Good fucking luck. And then final note, I never beat Millennia, the hardest boss in the game, totally optional. I gave it like 2 hours. I was like, yeah, fuck this.
Is that the one with the sword that has like the 3-stage follow-up attack that Joseph Anderson talked about a while?
Yeah, it's the one with like the 4 like flurry swipes.
Yeah.
Where unless you know, and to be fair, I figured out on my own how to dodge it, which I'm pretty proud of. But even knowing that, I just kept dying. I have like a big sword build, which sucks. Like you want to have like a faster thing to get more staggers in more consistently, because she's pretty fast.
Yeah.
I did not have like a good build for it. And that's sort of an excuse, but like, I don't know. I was like, eventually I could have been in like a Bogey Brothers kind of situation, but I just didn't care. Like I already beat the game at that point, so I was like, yeah, fuck this. So
yeah, no, that's a logical ending.
But yeah, like, and especially just the way you play through this game can really make it harder than any Souls game that I played previously. Like that's just how it is, you know, the hardest bosses IMO. So
Elden Ring seems really weird, where I feel like the game can be very hard or very easy depending on how you play it. I'm still playing through Elden Ring. I actually I dropped it for like a while, and then I picked it back up just recently because we were talking about hard games. And I recently just beat the boss Radon. I don't know if you well, I'm sure you fought Radon. But
yes, because it's
I don't
required.
know if when you fought Radon, was there just like a gajillion summoning signs like in the boss fight?
Yeah, so I beat it second try because I just summoned a shit ton of shit and then just owned him with all the shit.
I just happened to first try him because I just summoned a shit ton of things, rode around on the horse.
I was like, I'm just gonna chill over here. You pot guy, go to town. All right, I'm just gonna fucking chill over here. All right, we're good.
Is this the big desert guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And like I feel like if you like level up your character enough, you get like if you go to the right places at like the right times, maybe do a little bit of Googling, perhaps, find like the right like somber smithing stones and things to upgrade your summons.
Oh yeah, they were so stingy with the smithing stones as well, unless you like found specific ways to like not have them be like a finite thing. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but yeah.
Yeah, I never found a somber smithing stone 3 where I'm at. I've got like 4, 5, 6, 2, 1.
For some reason, upgrading a rare weapon like with the somber ones is way easier than just like a regular thing. Because like the regular upgrading process, you need like 11 of each kind of stone. It's insane.
Yeah. If you just happen to not get one of the somber smithing stones, like for me, like it's not easier to upgrade a rare weapon because I just don't have any somber smithing stones like of the 3 variety.
You need one of each one.
I need one of 3. I need 3. I have multiple of 4, multiple of 5. But I can't get even one of 3. So it's like I just can't. I'm stuck at +2. But yeah, Elden Ring obviously hard. It's just like interesting. I feel like if you played the game with that garbage.
I feel like that garbage is just.
If you played that garbage with the like intention of making the game as easy as possible, it probably wouldn't be that hard. Like if you were going out of your way, like, man, I just want to like beat this game ASAP. Like I got somewhere to be. You know what I mean? You could probably beat it. Maybe it wouldn't be that hard, but like obviously, because like the way you're talking about it, it's like, man, like if I didn't have like these summoning, like if I didn't have these summons, like this game, like I don't even know if I would be able to beat the boss. But the alternative way that you can think about it is like, the fact that I have these summons means that the bosses are easier, right? So it's like, I don't know,
It's a double-edged sword.
What are video games? Are video games hard? Can video games even be hard? That's
I guess just the thing for me was that it definitely humbled me because I felt like hot shit going into it. Like, yeah, I beat the Souls trilogy. This will be a piece of cake for me. And then it somehow just proved to me like, no, you still suck.
Yeah.
So it's like, fuck. All right, well, there you go.
Cakeless.
I want to be there for Trey's conversation with himself where he thinks he's hot shit.
It's rare. I
man,
know it's rare.
Man, I'm hot shit. It's like, what, Trey? You said that to yourself?
Well, like, typically you don't go around saying you're hot. You just think it. Like, you know, like I should be pretty good at this, right? I've done something like this before, so here we go. We're gonna do it. Just it's open world. It's gonna be like baby mode, right? So
it's gonna be baby mode. All right, I got my number 3 lined up and ready to go. It's Baba Is You. Have I ever told you guys about how Dota 2 is kind of like the mahjong of video games? Like, you just have no idea, like, what's going on. Like, I don't know what any of the pieces do. I don't know how to win. Anyway, that's my number 3. It's Baba Is You. That game's really hard. It's a puzzle game. We talked about it earlier.
So, yeah. I was going to give my thoughts at this point now because I played the game as well.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So I think I beat like maybe as many puzzles as Sid, and maybe like a few more. I don't really remember how many I beat. But actually, like the way that I played it, it was like the main thing I did in my downtime when I was actually like on a vacation with my family. We were on a Hawaiian cruise. Oh my God.
Oh shit.
And in my downtime, I was like, yo, I got this, like also on the airplane going there and back. Because the Nintendo Switch is so good for airplanes, I was like, I'm going to play Baba Is You on my travels. And I actually did manage to beat the finale level to like 80% the game, which I was super proud of. Like it was like many steps to it. But eventually I solved it. But like as far as like getting through the game, yeah, it starts out very easy, just like sort of funny levels where it's like, I turned the whole wall into a bunch of chickens or whatever. I don't even know there's chickens in the game.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's like, yeah, there's some goofy levels that like just show you the extent to which the rules can be changed. But then it starts getting hard and you're like, all right, we're in the shit now. We got to solve this. We got a crab over here, a rock over here. They don't come together because I can't get them over these fucking walls. You know how it goes.
Oh yeah, I know.
And then, yeah, so any percent of the game, pretty dang tough. I would say what I experienced, like, barely doesn't make the cut for my top 10. I put it in honorable mentions after you guys mentioned it because, like, yeah, it definitely deserves that spot. But, like, I never did much of, like, the insanely hard extra stuff. Like, I remember the volcano world. I only ever beat 2 levels in the volcano area and, like, couldn't go beyond that. They were just so ridiculous. So I bet if I tried to actually power through more of it, I would have ranked it in my top 10. But I just had more patience with it than I would just playing at home because, like, well, what am I going to do? I'm just, like, sort of chilling, like, in a plane anyway. What am I going to do? So I had more patience than I normally would, which definitely helps. So, yeah, that's my experience with Baba Is You, I guess.
Well, a little bit of a sleep-destroying video game, but
I never lost sleep over it.
That's crazy. I can't believe it. None of you. You never lost sleep over this, Sid?
Not over Baba. Like I don't think I played it long enough. I lost sleep over Tetris 99.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like the Tetris effect really, like, I learned what the Tetris effect was because of Tetris 99.
You were seeing pieces in your dreams.
Yeah. Like I've been actually doing that in a healthy way with like Swedish. I've actually been just like thinking kind of in Swedish. So that's nice. But
the Swedish effect.
The Swedish effect, but like Tetris, like I was just like, please stop thinking about Tetris pieces and how to put together Tetris pieces. I need to close my eyes or like pay attention to something else. Like this is terrible. But yeah, no, I felt the Tetris effect with Tetris, but not Baba Is You.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I just challenge you to play a really hard puzzle, try it for like 40 minutes and not succeed. Alt F4 and then go straight to bed. Just give it a shot. You're screwed. You are screwed.
I had to come back to certain levels like 5 or 6 times before I finally got it. It's crazy.
Like, I definitely have woken up in the middle of the night. Like, I play a Baba Is You level, go to bed, lay in bed for like over an hour, and like get up, like scrounge up in like the middle of the night, like lights off, turn on the old computer. It's like all quiet, you know? And then like, oh man, I gotta get this Baba Is You done. I can't go to school tomorrow. Till I do this Baba Is You. I don't know.
Oh, bro, I can't go to school. I got this Baba Is You. Teacher, you gotta understand, bro.
Listen,
I got this Baba guy I gotta play.
Oh, man. Yeah, okay, that's my number 3. Right. I think it's hard as fuck. But yeah.
We know Plankton's number 3 as well.
Yeah, I did say what my number 3 was, Super Mario Sunshine. I don't know. Honestly, kind of similar to KO. I've definitely lost sleep over this game. Like, I don't know. I have just put so many grueling hours into trying to get good at this game, and it's just a really hard game. It's just so hard. I can't get through the first level well. I've been grinding the first level really hard.
Airstrip?
No, not that one. Bianco 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you've got a Bianco too. Okay.
Yeah. I can't.
Have you been doing the to the right Y turn?
Yeah, I spin clockwise though, so it's not.
Oh, so that's easy. You have an advantage there.
Yeah, I have the inherent advantage.
I'm always I like to make fun of clockwisers all the time because I don't use it. The clockwisers actually have an advantage.
Yeah,
because of Bianco 2. It's true. So. It's true.
They're the
Bianco
smart ones.
2. Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just I can't even explain to you guys. Like, you guys have seen me grind on stream, but like even off stream, the amount of time I've like sat there and just looked at frames and just try to analyze my gameplay. Like, oh, I lost 0.07 to the second coin in Bianco 4.
Dude,
I need to figure out how to fix that.
Showing up to your stream and you having your PBs for each individual coin in Bianco 4 up on the side of the stream is insane to me.
Yeah, that's like next level.
I'm just like, what the fuck?
That's pro.
No, okay, that was mostly a meme. Like, I only had like one coin there at first, and then I just started like joking around, and then it just turned into a bunch of coins.
Thank God.
See, I only vaguely know what my best time to like the final coin is. Vaguely.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, not exactly. So.
Yeah, no, I have just spent so much time thinking about it. So much time, like, am I crazy? Am I the only person that like spends like literal hours like just watching their own IL over and over again to see like to try to like visualize stuff?
There were times where when I was trying to learn how to like get a better split on a level, I would like watch over other people's good run-throughs of it to like figure out what I'm doing wrong. Like specifically in Noki 6 Secrets, for the longest time I was trying to incorporate ham cycle. We call it ham cycle, just the green cycle. I was always just like barely too slow to make the green cycle, so I never went forward in runs until I realized by like comparing videos, it's like, oh, is my beginning slow? Is my spin jump dive to the first block slow? Like, where am I losing time in this? After much analysis, I realized I was losing like half a second on my movement from the red ramp to like the big triple jump section.
Yeah.
Because I was like running up the ramp way more than I had to. And when I realized that, I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, like I would do that analysis for just like figuring out how to make a cycle I couldn't make and stuff, but like not, I guess never like super obsessive over like a specific IL I can think of. So
for me, no. I rewatch some of my records sometimes, being like, "Oh, that was good." That's it.
Man, I'm so good.
I mean, I've definitely done that too with like ILs that I like, where I just watch them a couple times. I'm like, man, that was good.
Uh-huh.
You know what? If like concepts could go on this list, at number 1, I would put not choking PB pace in Sunshine.
Dude,
that's the number 1 hardest gaming thing, because like you're, as Sid would say, you feel like you're just on fire, and it's not good. You're like, yeah, in a bad way. You're just like, shit, man. Like I really wish I was just sleeping or something. Like I have, like I'm here. I'm like the spotlight is on me. I have to perform. Like I have to not choke this.
Yeah,
and it feels so shitty. But then when you don't choke, you're like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not choking it feels good. I will say, like, from an RTA standpoint, though, like, I haven't grinded RTA enough for RTA to be too
you'll
hard
get there,
for me yet. Oh, I know, but like at this point though, like it's mostly just like I'm really inconsistent, and getting up to a point where I could be consistent is just so much grueling work. I don't know if it's grueling work for everyone, but I don't understand. I haven't played that long, and I know I've put like multiple thousands of hours into this game already.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
No, I get that. Definitely been there. Yeah,
obviously we've been there.
Well, like, no, I'm just like, some people find it easier to get RTA. Like, I know that some people are just become ILers and whatever, but I know that, like, I'm more accustomed to the RTA.
See, the thing is, like, when Sid and I started, being an ILer wasn't really a thing. Like, it wasn't, like, ILs only existed in, like, here's a few in-game time levels, and that's it.
A boomer mindset is actually, like, more RTA than it is IL.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or, like, a boomer in Sunshine terms.
It was our upbringing.
But yeah, it's a difficult game depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
I agree. Number 5 for me, number 3 for you. So my number 3 is what did we establish? It's a grid-based strategy game.
Sure, I read the exact name for it.
I'm really bad at them. My number 3 is the one that I put. I think the closest I've come to beating one. I never beat Fire Emblem on the DS or the Game Boy Advance, but that's because my friend took it back because I had borrowed it from him. And the game that I have here as number 3 is XCOM Enemy Unknown, the first one. Number 3.
Okay.
I put a lot of time into it. It seemed really difficult. It was just one of those times, just like, oh, you bought a game full price, you are playing it, and I had a good time with it up to a point, but then like everybody started dying near the end of and being the gamer that I was and being the gamer that I probably am still, I played on hard mode, and I shouldn't have, but it's like we've talked about XCOM 2 in the past, just like the same mechanics. You get a 90% to hit shot that misses, and you're like, fuck this game, and just it feels really unfair at times, and then all of your characters start dying, and it's permadeath, so you feel terrible.
Stuff just kind of happens, and you're like, well, that fucking sucks. Like, I couldn't have even seen this coming. It sucks.
Yeah, and I had I don't even have a terrible time with it. Like, thinking back to it, it's like, oh yeah, I could definitely see myself like playing it again, but just like I got to one of what I assume is the final levels and got it, like hit a wall, and everybody died, and I was just like, I'm done, I guess. I will leave my chair and I will not play this video game anymore, kind of a thing. So it's definitely, looking at my games today, I was like, oh yeah, XCOM Enemy Unknown, that was a really fucking hard game. And we've talked about how hard it is actually on this podcast before. So number 3, XCOM Enemy Unknown. I really don't have much more to say about it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just tough. It's just a hard game.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, like
I was talking about XCOM 2 on the podcast before.
Yeah, no, it's just like, I have nothing else to say about it. I don't remember hating it. I don't remember loving it. I remember liking it and being like, this is really hard, and I don't want to play it anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, that's it. And that's everybody's number 3. So we're on to number 2, and then and then we're going to do a round of honorable mentions, and then
some HMs.
Then we're get our final hardest game.
All right, number 2, a small number 2 for once. I'm going to stop calling every number big. All right, for a small number 2, we got, you already know, Steven's Sausage Roll.
I knew it was going to be on here somewhere.
Yeah, because I called this the hardest game I've ever played when I played it. It's a puzzle game. You are a dude holding a fork-like object, and you move sausages. I can't even talk.
You move sausages around.
You move Mufasa around.
No way.
And then you just move sausages, and then you cook them the right number of times on each side, and that's all you do. Really sounds really simple, right? Oh no! All right, so
no way.
Basically, as KO and Sid would both know, well, especially KO played this quite a bit, I think.
Yeah.
It even from the get-go, like the first puzzles are no slouch. Like, you gotta like immediately use your brain power to get through the beginning stuff. As simple, like, here's a couple sausages, some grill spots. You gotta like roll over. There's 4 faces on each sausage you gotta cook, like both sides on the top and bottom. And you can't overcook them. You can't cook the same side more than once. So it's quite restrictive, but also there's a surprising amount of stuff you can do with your character who moves kind of awkwardly, by the way, because it's like tank controls in a grid-like structure. Because like moving up, you move your whole thing up. But if you turn, your character doesn't move. You just like move your fork to the side and stay in place. So you gotta like maneuver yourself, like know when to back up or like turn in the right ways to get through. Just to like move through an area takes some getting used to. But thankfully, just like Baba is you have unlimited undos. If you like accidentally screw yourself over or like get a game, like mess up a puzzle completely, you can undo until a turn where you can actually beat it. And honestly, it's a miracle. I actually beat this game. Second hardest game I've ever played, I would consider. I beat it. And I still think about it like, how did I beat that game? Like there were so many times, at least a dozen times where I thought, this is it. This is my wall. I'm not going to beat this. It's over.
Got me.
I'm going to have to like either just give up or look up some guide somewhere. Like there's no way I'm getting through this. And then at some point I put more time into it, just keep looking at it, keep manipulating all I can. And eventually I get through it like some kind of crazy miracle. And I mentioned this in a previous podcast episode, but like the Great Sausage Tower, which is like the first, I guess, difficulty spike in the game. It's a huge tower of sausages. You gotta like get over to all these grills on the side just right. It took me like an hour to beat it. It was just like a nonstop, like methodical, cerebral experience, just like testing everything. Like, how do I roll this tower on top of this thing and then roll each thing side by side to get them on each grill? It's like a huge process. And this, after I beat the Great Sausage Tower, I got my first ever migraine headache ever. Like I unlocked the ability to get migraines because I was thinking so hard on this. And I think like there's something to be said about a game causing a physical ailment on you for sure. Never experienced that before. But yeah, eventually I got through this game. They really explore everything they can with like the limited mechanics there really are. There's like so much you can do with just pushing sausages. It's crazy. And it took me like several dozen hours, right? Maybe like 40 hours to get through. It's got a fair number of puzzles in it, but you know, I stuck through it. I am proud that I beat it. It has a very, you know, cool ending. I don't know how to describe it. It's got some like subtle lore to it or something. I don't know. It's a cool game. Super hard game. Like if this is definitely like the puzzle game fans puzzle game. You have to like enjoy puzzle games to enjoy this game.
For sure.
Because it's tough. So
I wasn't even there. Like I consider myself a puzzle game fan, and the look of it just like didn't even. I played 2 hours of it. And I was just
I'm a roller of sausages myself. I consider
myself. Of sausages?
I'm a roller of sausages.
Yes.
I love Steven's Sausage Roll. It's a great game. It's a little too hard. Now it's okay. So my thoughts on Steven's Sausage Roll. I'll tell you how many hours I have in this game. I haven't completed the game. It's
actually, let me check how many hours I have. How long did it take me to beat it?
I have 21.7.
Okay, I had 38.4 to beat it.
Okay. So I think Baba's You is harder personally. But I have not completed.
I think with the extra stuff for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Baba is You is crazy. I just kind of like put one puzzle game on the list. Steven's Sausage Roll is the thing about Steven's Sausage Roll is, to me, the thing that like makes Baba, well, I mean, I guess all puzzle games sort of run into like this trial and error sort of phase that you eventually get into, where it's like, am I like braining my way through this puzzle, or am I just like
it's like figuring
everything
out the one combination of moves you haven't done yet?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, have I at this point done every single combination of like moves except the one where I win the game? And it's like, there are definitely puzzles in Steven's Sausage Roll where you complete the puzzle and you're like, I'd brain this one's all brain. But then sometimes sometimes it's not all brain. Sometimes it's like, yeah, I just like moved in such a way and something happened, and now I've grilled them. They're all grilled up, ready to go, ready to serve. And I found personally that I was braining. I think I was braining more puzzles in Baba's U than in Steven Sausage Roll. Mm-hmm. However, man, I don't know which one of the games is more creative. They're both like the best puzzle games. I don't know. They're the best. They're the greatest, best and brightest we have to offer. I've
played Sudoku.
No way.
That's a puzzle.
I've done a Sudoku once. That's fair.
That's all I got.
Yeah, Steven Sausage Roll. I agree that it's probably really hard. I've played 3 puzzles, so it's just like, yeah. No, I get that.
It's I think Steven Sausage Roll. The thing that I like about Steven Sausage Roll more than Baba Is You is it does more with less.
Yes, you know? Like Baba Is You, it's like, oh, they're just making up words now.
Yeah,
and then Steven Sausage Roll, it's like, okay, it's always the same stuff. It just you can move it differently when you get to a new area, sort of, because like the way the world is situated allows you to do like one more thing.
Mm-hmm, so. Exactly, which is really creative. It's insane that they make levels where somehow this is not like you don't like accidentally like unlock a new mechanic before it's like intended. And I don't know, Steven Sausage Roll, it just like lays. You think that it's laid all of its cards out on the table, and then it's like, no, we got more cards somehow.
Like, oh, there's one more thing I never thought of even doing with this stuff. That's crazy.
There's so many cards. But Baba Is You, they can just like make more cards, you know? But
yeah, there's unlimited cards to be had potentially in my game.
Steven Sausage Roll, they're hiding them up their sleeves, you know? They're all they're already in the game, but they're hidden, you know?
Unlimited games, but no games.
Unlimited cards. I've got a number 2 on my list here.
Sure, yeah.
Why would
you shit on your list?
So this list is objective, and in order to be objective, I needed to put in a game at this number 2 slot that I have not played very much of, but I consider it to be one of, if not the hardest video game experiences, the most complex gaming experiences of all time. I think it tops Dota 2 by so much it's not even close in terms of complexity. Like Dota 2 is actually like a baby game that you
I know what it is.
What is it? No chance.
No, I know what your game is.
What is it? There's no chance you know what it is. You're going to be wrong.
League of Legends.
Maybe I don't.
League of Legends. There's no way.
Okay. That's like an insane plot twist. Actually, League of Legends is the serious game.
It sounds like a meme. The fact that this game actually exists is incredible to me. And that game is League of Legends. No. The fact that this game exists is mind-boggling to me, that it's real and it actually functions properly. And that game is 5D chess with multiverse time travel, ladies and gentlemen. 5-dimensional chess. It is actually 5D chess with multiverse time travel, and that is actually what the game is. You move your pieces like normal chessboards, like you would move them through normal like boards, but on top of there being like the normal 2 dimensions of chess, you can also travel through time. So every time, of course, you make a move, you advance the board state. You know, every time both players make a move, the board state advances like 1 step through time. And like, you know, let's say you're playing like your king, right? You can just move your king back 1 space in time instead of moving them 1 space in like any like up or down XY direction. You know,
can't a king move in any direction anyway?
Yeah, one space in any direction, or like diagonally as well. So you can, and diagonally counts as 1 space right and then 1 space up. So that's sort of like moving 2 spaces.
Yeah.
So in this game, of course, the king can travel 1 space through time and then 1 space up or 1 space right.
Shit, that's crazy.
And then on top of that, whenever you travel through time, you know, you don't just like advance like the board state forward through time when you travel through time. You're of course going to create a parallel universe, right? Where so you have parallel universe board states as well, and these parallel universe board states, you know, they work exactly like a normal like chessboard would. You know, you can let's say you have a knight. You know, you can move your knight instead of moving them like up to over 1, you can move them through time 2 spaces, and then over 1 space into a parallel universe, right? And the game actually functions like the chess. They move normally, like in the way that you would expect. And it's so bizarre. You can have multiple kings on the same board. You can have no kings on a board. The game ends whenever a king gets checkmated, but it's much harder to checkmate a king because they can move through fucking time. It's like one of those things where the game is like so hard that you just like end up winning. Like suddenly you're just like, oh, like I accidentally checkmated you. Like most people play this game on like a 5x5 board instead of like the normal like 9x9 because there's just too much complexity. If you want to play actual like 5D chess with multiverse time travel, like the game is like unplayably complicated.
Or you could just like make random moves and hope you win.
That's basically what you will end up doing. But like you can play it on like a chessboard with 5 and like that's 5x5 and it makes it like a lot simpler. You can actually kind of follow what's going on.
My head hurts.
Man, yeah, it's 5D chess with multiverse time travel. IMO, it's a little bit of a scam. I think it's basically 4D chess because they have the third dimension is just the unused spatial dimension of like depth, but that they don't use it. So I feel like that's cheating. Oh, yeah. You can't just name like, oh, it's like because it's 4D, it has to have the third dimension. You know, it counts. No, it doesn't count. This is realistically it's 4D chess. 5D chess sounds fancier, but it certainly is fancy, and it certainly is potentially the hardest thing that exists in the known universe.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
that you just put a game that nobody.
It still has like the going up and down.
Yeah. What do you mean by it still has going up and down?
Or like there's like chessboards like above your chessboard?
Yeah, there would be like a chessboard above or below your chessboard depending on
That's crazy.
Yeah, based on like, but they'll only be above or below your chessboards. So the chessboards will move to the right whenever you make a move, you know, whenever both players make a move, just through time, they'll go to the right. Right to left is like time. And then up and down is parallel universes. So that's like when you make a move through time, you'll create where you made that move. You'll like create another universe.
Like I have so many questions, but at the same time, I
just ask them. Just ask.
No, but like I don't have any questions.
You don't know how to ask them.
Like I don't like I have questions, but at the same time, I'm like, do I want to? Like,
did Albert Einstein make this game?
There's multiple chess boards to my questions where it's just like there's an alternate universe where I ask it, but I don't want the answer, and then there's where I want to go back in time and not ask the question and then not have started the sentence at all.
Dude, there's crazy things like you have pieces that block themselves. Like if you ever have a rook on the board, you can just move the rook instead of like moving the rook up or down. You can just move the rook back in time as far as you want, right? Because it can move in one direction, like as far as it wants. That's how the rook works in chess.
Thank you.
However, the problem is if the rook hasn't moved on a turn, right? Then the rook will then be blocking itself in the turn beforehand, right? So it can't move back in time because, like, let's say you have the rook on like the bottom leftmost square, right? Like, then like A1 or whatever. Then if you have it on A1 again on the next turn, like it can't move back through the A1 square on the turn before because
Plankton, what's your number 2?
It's
Plankton, what's your number 2, Plankton?
What's your number 2?
That's your number 2.
Anyway, so my number 2, 6D chess. No
way! No!
He just had to one up you.
They did it.
My number 2, actually, I kind of blew my load on this one before the podcast, but it's my number 2 is Silent Hill 2 because again, personal experience. Unlike KO, my list is completely subjective because I don't even know a lot of games. I don't know. But anyway, so
you play this on hard mode?
I did play it on hard mode, but not only did I play it on hard mode, I missed an item that I was supposed to pick up earlier in the game, right?
What item?
It's like this sword that you need to like beat the pyramid head. and I never picked it up. And so when I got to the Pyramid Head fight, I just had like a rifle and a pistol, and I actually had to use every single, like all the ammo in every single one of my rifles to beat these guys, because they, like, they basically move really slow, but if they hit you like twice, they kill you. But they honestly don't even move that slow. Like the thing is, your character also moves so slow and so clunkily that like trying to kite them in this tiny ass room, like you get like one shot in and then you have to already run to the other side of the room. And so I actually have a highlight of this on my stream, but
oh, you streamed this game?
Yeah, I actually streamed it, and I had to highlight it because it was just that important of an achievement. I think I must have grinded this for maybe like 13 straight hours, some crazy amount of hours.
Bogey Brother vibes.
Just trying to get through this one fight, and it was just so insanely difficult. Like if you guys watch, like if anybody ever watches the highlight, they would understand like the way the guy turns around in the game. Like it takes him like actually 100 years, and then the rifle only shoots once every like 2 seconds, so you don't have a lot of time to get any shots in. So it's just like the slowest, most like you said, it's like what somebody said earlier about like a boss with like a ton of health, but they one shot you. Like it's like that, but you're also like in a tiny ass room, so like you have to like kite the shit out of them. It's just the worst.
Yeah.
Again,
how'd you beat the boss after this boss if you had no bullets?
I had no ammo. That's the thing. Then I had to go into the boss afterwards with no ammo, and that was also the worst ever, but it was mostly just the worst ever because I didn't have any like ammo or any healing items. I had used all my healing items also. So I was just like completely fucked. But I did end up clutching out the final boss because I like backtracked a whole fuck ton to just like go through every single item that I could have missed. So
never had that sword though?
Yeah, I actually never found the sword.
Swordless playthrough.
I was determined to do it without the sword. Like I had put so many hours into a swordless playthrough that I just needed to not have the sword available to me. So there's my Silent Hill 2. The highlight is like 20 minutes long. That's how long I had to sit, like run around this room and kite this guy, hit him like with one shot every like 5 seconds. It was the worst.
Damn.
But yeah.
I actually played this game just last year, but I played it in normal mode, so I'm a bitch, and there you go.
Yeah, true. KO, not as good as me. Couldn't do it on hard mode.
This guy probably did a swordful normal playthrough.
Probably did a swordful normal.
Yeah, I was
actually used the sword.
The coward sword. There it is.
Dude, using the sword in Silent Hill is literally like summoning in Dark Souls.
I actually never used the sword. The sword, I didn't like know that it was like useful. It was just like apparently it's useful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only useful in hard mode.
Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense because you have limited
for conserving ammo.
Yeah. It makes you walk really, really slowly if you're holding it. You move like insanely slowly, and then you swing it so slowly. Swordful, weak.
I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know what Dark Souls or any Souls-like game is like, but man, your animations in Silent Hill 2 were just the longest ever.
They are longer. They are longer than any Dark Souls game. It's disgusting.
Damn.
Number 2.
You should see the sword. Yeah, number 2.
Silent Hill 2 at number 2. And so my number 2. Hey. I'm the final penultimate.
That's not penultimate. Game. Penultimate. Oh, right. Never mind. My bad. Hey.
You okay?
No, you said final penultimate, and I was like, what?
English. Learn it.
You said like final second to last.
Yeah.
So I thought you.
It's the final penultimate.
the Yarai race. All right.
No, not the Yarai. Okay.
Not the Yarai. Anything but the Yarai.
Please.
Okay, so my number 2, I'm just going to say the name of it, and 2 of you are not going to know what I'm saying, and Trey is going to be like, oh yeah, that makes so much sense.
All right, hit me.
Do you have any idea, Trey? Based on nothing?
Let me think for like 5 seconds.
Okay.
4, 3, 2, 1. No fucking idea.
Cedar's Puzzle Reboot.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a game that I bought for like 14 cents or free or something on the Switch.
Yeah, was it the $1.04 game or the 14 cents game?
I don't remember which game it was, but it was one of the games, and it's a 2D puzzle game that doesn't give a fuck about really anything at all working sometimes, but it just doesn't really care. It put a slide puzzle in at some point, and slide puzzles are insanely difficult when it's like a proper slide puzzle, not like it's like I guess it's like Wind Waker's slide puzzles, but there is a slide puzzle in there, and then there's like I don't even know what they're called, but like there's a code breaker puzzle where you have to, based on like it kind of pseudo learn an alien language, but and like learn their code. There's like 3 really fucking difficult puzzles in this game. And in addition to just a strict 2D platform puzzler that sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, and you go to like an alien world and you're just a dude on a skateboard where the game starts as you're going through like a construction site, and then you have to go to like the big company door or what. It's like you have to look it up and be like, oh, okay, this looks like the cheapest game ever made, but like there's some thought put into all the puzzles. And then you like enter the big business game place, and then they're building a spaceship, and you go to like an alien planet or world, and then you like go. It's complicated, and it ends there was one puzzle I had to look up because it just made no sense to me, and it was the like way you have to move the like the game itself is so jank, but the jank like adds to the puzzle where you're just sitting there going like, is this jank intended or is this jank unintended? And you bump your head on, like literally the puzzle that I had to look up, you had to fall through you had to not be killed by a laser, fall through like a small gap, make sure that the laser bounced off a block that fell through with you at the same time. Like, I can't explain how complicated.
Yeah,
like,
this game sounds like some bullshit.
This game is dumb, and I'm glad that I beat it. I'm glad I never have to play it ever again. I streamed it.
You get your money's worth.
Back when I streamed at all and streamed like niche Switch games when I had like gold to like burn when I bought Luigi's Mansion. I bought Luigi's Mansion, got like 400 gold, and then bought like every cheap game I could. That was fun. But yeah, Cedar's Puzzle Reboot, I didn't even hate playing the game, but it's just enough jank to make you unsure that the game's actually like beatable, and then the jank adds to the puzzling itself, which is weird. So I don't not recommend it. I don't recommend it. It's just a game that doesn't give a fuck about you finishing it or not, because it's not making any money anyway. It's not like, oh, here's a $60 game, we're not trying to offend you. It's just like, oh, it's like 4 cents, fuck off. Like, so,
nice.
Like, you can beat it or not. And I beat it, and I don't have any sense of, I kind of have a little bit of pride to it, but I did look up a puzzle, so there's the pride goes out the window in that moment. But yeah, Cedar's Puzzle Reboot, what a dumb game, but it's like awesome in a way. Stupid.
I didn't realize it was gonna be like so high on the list. Goddamn.
It was really dumb hard. Like it was hard to like reason in my brain. You know when a game is so jank that you're just like, Relicta was this to some extent, where it's like, have I fucked up the puzzle? Like, do I have to restart? Like, you're unsure about the game itself, where you don't trust the game enough to know if you can actually beat the puzzle still. There was a lot of that in Cedars. So, and also it just had like 3 really complicated puzzles in addition to all of that jank. So, yeah. Cedars Puzzle Reboot, number 2.
I'm looking at it right now. It looks like I Want to Be the Guy.
It does look kind of like that, yeah. It does seem like that kind of art style. But yeah, so now that we're done our 2, we're going pretty long, but this is fine. Like top 10 hardest pod.
Yeah,
like,
the last one was pretty long too.
Yeah, it was 3.5 hours. We're coming up on that. Thanks for everybody for sticking around if you're listening, and thanks for Plankton and Kao. Like, Plankton, did you have any idea that this was going to be this long?
No, I actually said it was going to be a couple of hours. I was like, it's going to be a couple of hours. It's fine. But, you know, I'm pulling through. I'm a little tired, but I'm pulling through.
Yeah, you are braver than the Marines, Plankton. Yeah. Good job.
Yeah, because we didn't know first. Kao knew.
Oh, I know.
This would go this long. But yeah, so now that we've done 10 through 2, we're going to do our honorable mentions.
Yes, and I actually wrote down a few of them as we were going through this. I thought of them, or like someone said something that reminded me of something.
Yeah.
I have 7 of them. Funnily enough, so Kao mentioned QWOP earlier in this, and I actually had QWOP in my HMs.
That's funny.
Like I almost put it in my top 10, but then I was like, it's just fucking QWOP. Like, who cares?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
It was kind of like my stand-in, because I never played Getting Over It by Bennett Foddy, like the same guy who made QWOP. It was like my stand-in game in place of that, sort of. I played QWOP, the Flash game, for like an hour probably. I could never figure out how to like master fucking how to run it all with this dude. It's like, it's only 4 buttons. I can't do this.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then Fire Emblem 3 Houses, maddening mode specifically. Not quite as hard as Radiant Dawn normal mode on a blind playthrough. And then F-Zero GX. I never owned F-Zero GX, but I tried doing the notorious Chapter 5 very hard mode over like at Loader's Place one time. It's like a 40-second going through a tunnel, collecting capsules to recharge your boost meter. It's 40 seconds long, and I just couldn't do it. It's like so fucking strict. And F-Zero GX is just notoriously hard.
Dude, F-Zero GX, Diamond difficulty, final Grand Prix. I've never...
Diamond?
Or like whatever the hardest one is. Diamond. Yeah. No, I get you now. I get what you meant.
Oh, that's where Kao got his tier list from. Yeah.
But I think it's Diamond that's like the hardest. I almost beat it once, and I did that thing. Like the last track is so hard that I was 22 out of 25 left, and I think if I like just went, I like if I just cross the finish line, I'll finish the race. But I was cocky, and I restarted the level, and you have like lives, and if you just die, it's so easy to die in the final level that I died on my last life after I reset it, being like near the end of the race at 22 out of 25 and not risking like just crossing the finish line and seeing where the points laid. But I then could never come close to like beating that. So I still have not beaten the final Grand Prix of the hardest difficulty of.
Yeah, it's a game I wish I had growing up. I think if I had it growing up, I would have been a little bit more of a gamer in terms of like what I'm willing to put up with challenge wise.
It's so hard.
Yeah, then I have Celeste, which I played recently. You already know. Something I thought of as we were talking about this stuff, I didn't have it originally. Zelda 2, which I played as a young kid because it was on the Zelda Collector's Edition on the GameCube, which I got with my GameCube. I got through like a few temples of this game at some point in my life, and then at some point, it's pretty dang tough, but I feel like if I put more time to it, I could probably beat it. Maybe I'll come back to it at some point, who knows?
Yeah.
It's surprisingly, people always shit on Zelda 2, but it's actually pretty fun.
Yeah.
It's just not at all like any other Zelda game you ever played.
I've heard that for sure.
And then Baba Is You I added because I forgot about Baba Is You. And then I put COD 4 Veteran Mode campaign. There were some missions I just could not beat because fuck Veteran Mode. It's tough.
Dude, it's hard. It's hard.
That's my HMs.
What I want to do is I want to have Plankton do his first before Kao.
Oh, shit.
That's cool.
You want me to do mine first?
Yeah.
All right. So, I wasn't prepared.
Get absolutely dunked on.
So,
Destroy.
all right. My
Boom
honorable
done.
mentions, as I said, haven't played a lot of games. So my honorable mentions are going to start off with games that are just too painful for me to even finish. And one of them is Paper Mario 1000 Year Door. I can't deal with all the text boxes. way too many text boxes, bro. I just can't read all that.
If you don't care about the story, just go through them.
I have to read the story. I need to know the lore.
That's true.
I need to know the lore.
Was the story not good enough for you? You're just like, fuck this.
I mean, the story's fine. It's just so much. It just it takes me so long to read all the text boxes, and maybe part of it was that I was doing it on stream more recently. I did try to do it on stream.
Oh yeah, dude. If you were off stream, just taking your time with no eyeballs, making you feel any pressure, you'd probably enjoy it a lot more.
I mean, but even when I was a kid, I tried multiple times, couldn't get through it. And
what the fuck? I mean, go ahead.
Anyway,
it's just my favorite game of all time. Don't worry about it. Anyway,
so, I'm sorry to knock on your favorite game of all time.
No, it's fine. I'm not crying. It's fine.
You know. Next on my list is probably other people's favorite game of all time, but also just same reason, can't get through it, and it's Wind Waker. I'm such a big Zelda fan, can't get through Wind Waker. I can't finish it. It's too. The ending is just too.
Triforce hunts?
Yeah, it's the Triforce hunt.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's just everything leading up to that point. It was just so much leading up to that point, and I never played the Wii U version. I hear that's a lot better. But to me, it was just so long, such a long process getting up to that point, and then having to search the entire map. I wasn't about it. I couldn't do it anymore. But anything or what else? Next on my list, not really so much It's not hard for me to get through, but I've just been wanting to talk about this game all day. I have been. This is okay. You know what? Honorable mention for being the hardest game to remember. I was racking my brain for actual days, multiple days. I was just racking my brain. I was like, man, I remember this game from when I was from my childhood. And I remember loving it and thinking it was so good. And I'm a big, sucker for nostalgia. You throw a nostalgic game in my face that actually makes me feel nostalgic, I will do anything to play it. But it's called Fur Fighters. And not... I feel like nobody knows this game. No one knows this game.
That's a timeless classic. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's a timeless classic. But yeah, it's just the least memorable game that I needed to find because I remembered enjoying it so much as a kid. I'm playing through it now. The controls are so jank and unintuitive, but I'm having a lot of fun. It's reminding me of my childhood for once, and I really like it. Actually, it's you play as a little stuffed animal and you shoot. It's an FPS game. You shoot other stuffed animals, and the control scheme is so bad, but luckily you can change it, but it's still bad even after you change it.
So you put it on here because it was hard to remember.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I just needed an excuse to talk about this game, man. I really did.
I think that's fair.
It's different interpretations of hard. Hard to get through because of how many text boxes. Hard to just keep my attention. Hard to remember. Just different interpretations.
Yeah. We've had probably 20 interpretations by now.
Yeah. Oh man, there was another. Oh, and you know what? Other honorable mention, I haven't played much of these games, but my girlfriend really likes the 2D Sonic games, and I played a little tiny bit of it, and
respect.
Man, those games are hard as
nails.
Shit, hard as
Diamonds.
nails.
Diamonds. Final bosses are actually really, really tough in 2D Sonics.
Dude, those games are tough. I can't even get through the first few levels.
Green Hill Zone? Emerald Hill Zone?
I mean, Green Hill Zone is fine.
Wait, Chemical Plant Zone.
Chemical Plant Zone would definitely give me
you probably drown in the water, right?
Yeah. Definitely drown in the water.
I love 2D Sonic though.
Yeah, no, 2D Sonic, dude, the music is so good. What is that?
I listen to Sonic soundtracks all the time. It's my go-to shit.
I had never played a Sonic game until my girlfriend made me play these 2D Sonic games, and I'm just blown away by how good the soundtrack is, how good the gameplay is. It's actually insane. But I'd say that's about it for my honorable mention.
You should try Sonic Mania.
I will try it. I'll try it.
It's really solid.
Chaos.
I kind of want to try the Sonic Adventure games, honestly. Just cause...
They age like dog shit, but you might enjoy them.
Nice. I do enjoy games that age like dog shit. Like, you know.
Dude, you might like laugh at how bad the cutscenes are. Like the voice acting and like the lip syncing is just like non-existent. They're like blah 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 blah. It's like fucking, oh my god. It was revolutionary for 97 though, let me tell you.
Let me tell you. If you were born in the 90s, you remember.
Pre-patch?
You remember
oh yeah, if you remember Sonic Adventure, you remember Back 4 Blood pre-patch. For sure.
Alright, I definitely got some honorable mentions that I thought of. So, my honorable mentions, we're gonna put in Super Meat Boy. Super Meat Boy is a game that I didn't remember enough of. I haven't played it recently enough to put it in the list, because I can't really talk about it. But, you know, I'm sure it's hard.
I beat it.
Yeah. This guy beat it. Was it hard?
Yeah, it's pretty hard. I don't remember it being like so difficult that I raged at it at all, but yeah.
All right. So this is a game that I saw on some lists online, but I didn't think was that hard, so I wrote it down. It's V.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that game wasn't that hard. I
don't think it was that hard, but you know, I wrote it down.
I never got all the trinkets, but I beat the game. So
I did the same with Meat Boy. I beat the game, but I didn't get all like the bandages.
No, I got all the trinkets. The hardest part about the game is getting one of the trinkets.
Oh yeah,
one of the trinkets is really really funny. It's just that's by far the hardest part. It's like it's just this like long upward tunnel that you have to like perfectly maneuver through. Yeah,
I knew it was gonna be those.
Yeah.
Hey, I at least got that one, so I got all the trinkets.
Okay, so you basically got all the trinkets.
Yeah.
I put in Hotline Miami 1 and 2. Those were in my best best games of all time, so I didn't really want to have a huge repeat. But Hotline Miami games are also hard games, so they're on this list. The Return of the Obra Dinn was.
I want to play that game at some point. It looks interesting.
It's a very cool game. It's a very challenging puzzle game. I don't think it's as challenging as Steven Sausage Roll or Baba Is You. It has a couple little problems. I think I maybe made a Steam review for it, where you can sort of just like end up. You can sort of like trial and error guess answers. I don't really like that.
Trial and answer.
Sort of trial and answer, and it's and that makes it a little bit easier. But at the same time, like if you like notice everything, then you're just a genius. And
I want to play that just so we can watch the Joseph Anderson video.
Oh yeah.
Once again, that's the same with Steven Sausage Roll. The same way.
It's a good play. So yeah, I did the exact same thing. By the way, I played it so that I could watch the video. Then Grim Fandango is on here.
Oh my god.
Yeah. What? I didn't know if anyone would know.
Ugh, dude, Grim Fandango is. I've never played it, but like watching people play it, it's just the most. It's one of those point and click adventures that just don't make sense.
It just doesn't make sense. It's like the thing that I remember the most about it, that I most vividly remember, is like a puzzle where you're trying to like scare off birds, and the way that you end up scaring off the birds is near the very beginning of the game. Yeah. Is you get like bread, obviously, to like feed the birds.
Oh, for sure.
I thought like, oh, of course, the puzzle is you get the bread, you put the bread in the bowl to distract the birds. And then like you like go get the thing while they're distracted. But like no, that's not enough. Apparently, for some reason, only some of the birds get them. What you need to do is you need to also put a balloon animal in the bowl. What? So that they go and eat the bird seed and pop the balloon animal, and then the balloon animal will scare them all away. What?
Yeah, this sounds like a game I would not enjoy.
Yeah.
So it's basically just like it's just one of those point and click adventure game puzzle games where the puzzles don't make any sense.
You just try.
I kind of hate that shit.
It's just like you trial and error it, and you go like, well, okay, so I'm just gonna click this and click here over and over again and see if it like has an animation where it places this object here, and then I'm right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it had like amazing dialogue. The story was really, really fun. The characters were awesome. Just like really, really, really awesome. But unfortunately, the puzzles are just like messed up. I don't know.
I feel like for a point and click adventure game to be good, it has to be carried by its story.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's like, who cares?
Oh, the characters are really, really funny. There's so many like funny lines of dialogue. The problem is there's so many lines of dialogue, so many lines of dialogue that it's so difficult to know what is an important line of dialogue and what is not an important line of dialogue. And everything is just randomly important. At some point, it's like critical.
Hey, at least it's not text boxes, so that Plankton can.
I was gonna, yeah, all right.
At least it's not text boxes.
Beat it, yeah.
Yeah.
All
at
these
least
text boxes really ruining these games. Goddamn.
It is fully voiced. And I played the remaster with the upgraded graphics.
Oh, yeah.
It looks pretty neat.
Cool.
And my last game is the only game on here that of its kind that I've played is Getting Over It. I haven't played Pogo Stuck. I haven't played Jump King. I know those games are harder and take longer. Pogo Stuck looks especially hard. It looks like probably if I had played it, I would put it at number 1. I have not played that game though. So spoiler, it's not number 1 on my list.
No.
No. But yeah, Getting Over It, made by the same developer as Quap, obviously. I think you mentioned that.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah. It was really fun. I beat it really quickly. It's one of those I beat in like 3 and a bit hours, which I think is pretty saucy if I do say so myself. Although it is one of those games that your patience and like certain little mistakes that you make can cost you like so much time. Like if you get snaked, if you like go to, like fall down from the snake to the beginning of the level, it can easily like double or triple your playtime. But I think it was a lot of fun, personally. It was a hard game, not quite top 10 hard, really. But I really, really enjoyed it. I don't know if I could. I played a tiny little bit of Pogo Stuck, and I'm pretty sure that I just won't enjoy those games like as much as I enjoyed like the pure novelty of like navigating, Cauldron Man with the hammer.
True. That makes sense.
He's awesome. I love Cauldron Man.
Cauldron Man.
Yeah.
I love him too.
And that's my list.
We call him Seaman.
Seaman?
Yeah.
Who's
we
that?
Call him Seaman.
Well, Cauldron Man.
Champion of the Sun.
Anyway. Mm-hmm. Okay. My honorable mentions are a lot of the like this on hard mode. I got Uncharted 1 on brutal difficulty. I started playing the jungle after beating Uncharted 1 the first time. I tried to play brutal difficulty because I unlocked it because I played on hard mode initially or whatever the hardest mode was. And I was like, oh, okay, brutal. I'll try it. Fuck that. That's just one of those games where you peek at a cover and you're dead. So nice. Good design.
Nice. That's always fun.
Good designing there. Call of Duty 5 on veteran. Not Call of Duty 4, but Call of Duty 5. World at War, throwing grenades at me while I'm trying to get through Nazi Germany, right? I think that's where it is. And you're just kind of hiding until you're brave enough to move and die. So those are the 2 like high difficulty ones that I put. Or like if you put it on high difficulty, you are not having a good time. And then it's roguelikes. Roguelikes are pretty difficult for me, at least. Rogue Legacy, I've never had I've never played a shit ton, but I feel like that game is really hard. And I've never heard anybody be like, oh, Rogue Legacy is really hard. But I don't know. Some of the enemies are just like really hard to deal with. And depending on what your like traits are, depending like on the character you have, it can be insanely difficult. And that along the same line, Splunky. Splunky is like you try to walk yourself really slowly through. It can just be oddly punishing, just super randomly, and you just like didn't look down one time, or you walked off a ledge a little bit too fast and you got shot by a trap arrow, or you got there's spikes here that you didn't see, or it's just very easy to die in that game. I know that like if you put a shit ton of hours it becomes easier, but I guess that's every fucking video game.
Every game.
So Splunky also an honorable mention. And Riven and Abduction I was actually going to put this on my top 10, but during the pod I decided not to. Just the puzzles in those games are insanely difficult. Sometimes they just don't seem to connect. It's not like Grim Fandango where it's like point and click and you don't know how they work. Like they will make sense once you do them, the puzzles in these games, but they're just so complicated that it's like you don't know what connects to what until later, and it's a lot of trial and error, and it's like anybody that's played Riven, like its Abduction is by the same makers or same creators, and I'm just kind of stuck there, and not stuck in a I play it every day and I'm still stuck. It's a I got stuck there, I kind of moved forward, I'm still kind of stuck, and I just never picked it back up again. I haven't downloaded it since I got my new PC, and that's been almost 5 months. So yeah, that's fine. And then I have Dead Space because I love Dead Space, and it's a hard game on impossible mode. It's Zealot is the hardest difficulty on Dead Space 2, but Impossible is the hardest difficulty on Dead Space 1. I know I had an easier time with Dead Space 2 than I did 1, but maybe that's one of those, like, oh, it took me 3 hours to beat Moonlight Butterfly the first playthrough, and then Dark Souls 2 was a breeze kind of a deal. But, yeah, Dead Space 1 was fairly difficult, and I don't think it was, like, top 10 hardest games. I just like talking about Dead Space.
Whoa.
And my last one is a weird one. I have it written here. I was considering not saying it. Ni no Kuni.
The heck's that game?
I have no idea what this is.
You don't know what this is? It's like an anime. There's a sequel.
Oh, a dating sim.
Well, there it is.
No, it's not a dating sim. It's kind of like Pokemon-y. It's like an anime.
Pokemon-y.
Pokemon-y. It's like an anime video game. It's like the first half an hour is a lot of just watching an anime, and then you're playing like a Pokemon-ish game. There's a sequel out called, like, I don't want to say, is it like something? There's a sequel out for it that it was like fairly successful when it came out initially.
Wrath of the White Witch.
I was actually gonna say like something like Wrath of the Ice Witch, but I thought it was wrong.
That would have been close.
But yeah, so there's a sequel, and I don't think it's one of the Plankton's like difficulty scale where it's just like it kind of bounced me off of it, and like it was
too much text.
It was difficult to get in. Like I think I went to an area too soon, and my quote unquote Pokemon weren't high enough level, and the combat's like fairly interesting where you're actually involved with the combat as a player yourself, and you're like trying to control it. I think Quan would describe it as like kind of like a Final Fantasy VII remake. Maybe I don't actually know if they're like connect. I've never played Final Fantasy VII remake, but the combat seems fairly similar. And I don't know.
Is it turn based?
No.
Because I'm pretty sure FF7 remake is not turn based.
Yeah,
it's like an action.
I don't think it is. I think it's like
you're saying Pokemon. You had his picture turn based.
You have a cooldown. Yeah, well, you have Pokemon. Like you have like you have like little pocket monsters that are with you. But yeah, Ni no Kuni, more like a soft honorable mention. But yeah, those are my honorable mentions. And now we have, after long awaited, our hardest games of all time.
These are the 4 hardest games ever made, confirmed.
Yeah.
It's true, but mine is more objective.
So KO's really is number 1, like confirmed.
Yeah, number 1 confirmed.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm just going to say it straight up. Hardest game I've ever played, XCOM 2.
No way.
Good.
This is actually why when Sid brought up XCOM 1, I was like not really saying much because I'm like, do I mention that my number 1 was kind of like that?
No, you
don't. So I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to say on it. I do have much to say on it. I was hiding my intentions and my choice for number 1. So, okay, first of all, I played the Switch version and it runs like complete dog shit. The load times, to load any level, 1 minute. Like, I timed it. It's like a minute long to load it. And we're talking like Ocarina of Time levels of lag. It's like, it runs so badly. Probably why I got it for like $7 on Switch. But like, okay, but like Sid said, it's a fun game. Like, I could see myself putting more time into it, building up like the strategy. You know, it's kind of like a Fire Emblem. Actually, it's quite a bit different than that. Like, you can move once or move twice, or like move once and then shoot, or move once and go into like Overwatch mode. Universe? Yeah, you go into a parallel universe. Yeah. It's like we're playing 5D chess. And I don't like, it started out pretty fun. Played like on I forget what the difficulties were. I was on the second easiest difficulty though. like not the easiest, second easiest. There's 4 difficulties in this game. And it starts out pretty fair. Like I was actually moving along pretty swimmingly. I would save scum occasionally when it's like, well, okay, 3 dudes just jump out of nowhere and just destroyed me. I didn't see that coming. There's no way I could have seen that coming. Like, you have to play super cautiously, but you can't sometimes because sometimes there's like a turn limit. Like, we got to get to this, we got to rescue this VIP and get him to a helicopter in like 8 turns. And it's like, if you're not moving hella each turn, you're not going to get there in time.
Yeah.
So it's like, you got to be cautious, but on a timed mission, you can't really do that. And like 3 aliens show up at once at the worst possible time. And it's like, well, someone's going to die. Like, this is fucked. And, you know, I got like pretty decently good at some point. I was swimming along. I just kept swimming. And then I get to like these mini bosses that show up. And they have a thing where they have like a huge health bar. You deplete like a third of it. And they warp away. But like they show up in a future mission with as much health as you left them with the last time you saw them. Kind of cool, you know? But these bosses, man, like, fuck these bosses. Holy shit. They, like, some of them, they get to move. Okay, so in a normal grid-based, turn-based strategy game, right? You move all your people. Ends turn. Enemy moves all their stuff. They end their turn. Like a back and forth, evenly distributed who gets to move. These boss enemies move every time you do a single action. So it's like, you move someone, he gets to shoot someone. You shoot, he also gets to shoot again. You move, he goes into cover. It's like, I was just like in awe, like sheer
the audacity,
just like like dumbfounded. How the fuck does anyone beat this without killing everyone? Like, and I'm on the second easiest difficulty. Like, what this is like? What the fuck? Like, am I stupid? Like, unless there has to be like some strategy I wasn't using, or like I didn't adequately upgrade my stuff enough. I didn't get enough engineers or like research done to upgrade my weapons enough. Maybe it was something like that. But these bosses were like, I can't do this. Everyone's dying. Like maybe I could survive a few more missions, but like my top people keep dying on this dude. Even when I save scum, I just had to like put it down because it was just like ridiculous. That's and like this is adult me. Modern day me in the we're not talking 5-year-old Trey. Mm-hmm. We're not even talking 10-year-old Trey. We're talking 26-year-old motherfucking Trey, yo. Yeah. And I couldn't do this shit. So XCOM 2 takes the cake for me. There you go.
I believe it.
It's a fun game though. Don't get me wrong, it's pretty fun.
I had a great time.
I just should have played. I should have played on Recruit though, because goddamn, holy fuck. There you go.
I'm kind of surprised. Like, for some reason, I'm surprised that XCOM 2 made the top of your list. I thought Steven Sausage Roll was going to be number 1.
Yeah, because Steven Sausage Roll was the hardest game until I played XCOM 2. And I was like, oh shit. All right, here we go.
Now we're playing 5D chess.
We're playing 60, 70 chess. All right. 70 games of chess at once. Yeah. Anyway, I'm done with that.
Damn. 70
I don't know if you guys played XCOM or not.
I played XCOM 1.
I have not.
Oh. KO.
Oh, I'm next? All right. Yeah. So,
number 1.
Number 1. In this game, you guys are going to laugh at me for this one, but this is the honest truth. This is just the honest facts of the matter.
I think I know what it is going to be.
You have no idea what it's going to be.
Do I actually not? That's crazy.
Have no clue.
You guys didn't put Melee as number 1?
Melee is not on this list.
That's crazy.
Okay, I was thinking Melee, then
Okay. So, in S tier.
Oh, it's S tier.
The world's hardest game is...
Objectively.
World's hardest game. That browser game where you control...
All right, Plankton, what's number 1 for you?
Fucking square. And you avoid circles. That is the hardest game in the world.
I mean, it's called that. Like, it has to be true.
I'm serious. Okay? Have you ever beaten it? I know you've all played it. I know you've all played it.
Yeah. I was up for the challenge. I played it.
Oh, yeah?
I got kind of bored after a little bit. I don't know.
Oh, yeah? Well, you can't save, buddy. Can't save.
Right.
Can't save the frickin' game. Not only that, it's impossible.
What's your actual hardest game, yeah?
My actual hardest game is World's Hardest Game, Sid. It is the hardest game in the world. I'm not kidding. Okay,
wow.
It's extremely hard. Okay, I dare you to beat it. I dare you.
Dude, today I'm learning that the game actually lives up to its name. I thought that it was just like a meme.
I'm pretty sure there's like 50 levels in this game. One time I played this game with my friend. My friend who somehow is insane at this game. He's just like godlike talented. His goal and purpose in life is I am good at World's Hardest Game for no reason. And he's insane at this.
That's his whole goal in life.
But I've never beaten it. I've gotten to like 20 levels deep. I have tried. It is not for lack of trying. If you want a optional second like final boss, okay, for the world, for my top pick for the hardest game of all time, I will say, man, it's really hard to choose, but we're gonna do it to him. Terraria Master Mode, baby. You didn't want to hear it. You wanted me to.
I played that game. It wasn't that hard.
Terraria Master Mode.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that hard either.
You don't unlock Master Mode until you beat
kind of
Hey, you know what, Trey? I think I'd put it on my list for hardest to get through. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying there, buddy.
It's basically just Terraria, but everything kills you in one hit. I don't know. Actually everything just kills you in one hit. You know.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's the world's hardest game is my top pick.
You know what? Like, looking at the list, world's hardest game, that sounds like a solid top tier pick. Moving on to Plankton, your S tier number one hardest game
my
is...
number one game. All right, so my honorable mention was because it was hard to remember. My number one game, I've been playing this for 20 years, and I've yet to beat it one time. And I've played it consistently for 20 years, and it is because it is hard to forget. It is the game, and you all just lost it.
No! Shoot.
Dude.
No.
I almost won. I was right there.
Dude,
wait, how long do you have to go to win the game?
That's so funny. I almost made the game joke earlier in this podcast.
That's great.
So I lost the game during this podcast, and you mentioning it again, I've lost it twice in 3 hours.
That's insane.
You know what I always say to losing the game is that my win to loss ratio is pretty damn good. Like I've been winning up until now for like a while. So, I mean,
now everybody that listens is gonna hate us for them losing the game.
Yeah. So your reward for getting 4 hours into this podcast is you lose the game.
It was
That's crazy. What a reward.
Damn, man, I lose the game all the time. I'm not gonna lie to you. That shit slips into my psyche all the time.
Dude,
dude, you know what's worse? I'm gonna edit this back. I'm gonna lose again.
Dude,
no.
I'm gonna have to timestamp it. I'm gonna lose again.
No.
I remember being in a crowded area. I was like, the mall. I was in a crowded area, and like, I was listening to a podcast or something, and I was just like, something seeped into my head. I'm like, fuck, I lost the game. Just muttered it, and then 3 people around me went, shit.
No,
like legit, and I was just like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
What have you done?
Jeez.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like you were like verbally mad in public about it.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
I did put a real number one though, and it was Melee, but that's way more boring. So I said the game first.
Oh my god, Melee is so deep. It's not like Brawl. It's fucking Melee.
Dude, I thought that's what Kao was talking about when he was talking about fucking.
Melee's so deep. No, I'm talking about the world's hardest game, dog. You have no idea.
All right.
You're not even close.
I didn't give it enough a chance, did I? Huh?
Nobody even puts the world's hardest game in their honorable mentions, and we've all played it before, and it's way harder than any of the stupid shit you guys said.
I've never played it.
I got bored before I like really tried to grind. I never like grinded that many Flash games.
That just makes it even harder.
I'm just
how boring it is. And the looping music. There's one music track that loops over and over and over, and it is ear-piercing.
You gotta mute that shit. It wasn't even like boring. It was just like, oh, a little Flash game. I'll try it out. Oh, I died. I'll move on. Fuck it. Fuck it. All right, and we are down to Sid.
Was there anything else that Plankton wanted to say? He was trying to say something.
Well,
oh yeah, Melee.
I don't know.
A real game.
I put more hours into Melee than Sunshine, and I wasn't nearly as close to being good at that game as I am at Sunshine. So it's a hard game, and it's also hard on the mentality for me. I don't know. I just wasn't. I'm not a big multiplayer guy. Like, I don't know. I don't like beating the guy right next to me. That's a big like thing for me to get over.
Because then it's like you're making them feel bad, kind of. It's like someone loses. It's like a what's the term for that? A zero-sum game. Because someone had to feel the greatness of winning. Someone has to feel the terror of losing.
Yeah. Yep.
So
exactly. So that's why I got into speedrunning.
Single player is sick, dude.
I respect the number one picks from Plankton. I respect.
Not me.
I respect the number one picks from Plankton. So my number one is a game that everybody kind of acknowledges as really fucking hard, and I put enough time into it to I never beat it, but I put enough time that I should have. And it was before I think we did season 1 of the pod. It was.
Wait.
Huh?
I know what it is.
Can you?
It's I don't want to spoil it by accident though.
You want to DM it to me?
Okay, I'll DM you.
Yeah, it is. So
because actually, I was expecting this in your honorable mentions.
Oh, okay. In the DMs.
Oh wait, I'm putting in the fucking.
Yeah, not here. Not
that
in the
was
group.
Close.
Hold on. I gotta see if Trey's right.
Did I get it?
Yes.
Yes, I'm a genius.
Trey got it right. Let's go. I watched a lot of streams of this back in the day. It's just like one of those turn-based 2D games that it's so hard. And trying to play it on, I think I was trying to play it on like the second hardest difficulty, and then I had to restart it and play it on the easier difficulty, and I still didn't beat it. And it's Darkest Dungeon.
Oh god, disgusting game.
Darkest Dungeon is so fucking hard, and I think I have like maybe 60 hours in it, 70 hours in it, and I don't think I've touched the Darkest Dungeon. Like, I don't think like the level called the Darkest Dungeon, I've never gotten there. I know like some ins and outs of it. It's just not a game that I want to say vibes or jives or something. Like, it just doesn't mesh with me. It
jived up to you put 60 hours into it. That's a decent amount.
Yeah, and I did play it a fair bit. Like, I actually want to see how many hours I do have in it. Darkest Dungeon. Where is it? Can I not spell? Where?
Nope.
Oh, it's in my favorites. There we go. I have 140 hours in it.
Yeah, it doesn't jive. Yeah, it has more hours than I do in Elden Ring. Doesn't jive with me.
I have so many hours in it. Oh my god, I did not know. But yeah. I'm terrible at estimating. But yeah, it's a really fucking hard game, and I really don't have to explain. Like, if you've been around, like I watched Moon play it back in the day and got into it that way. I remember streaming it, and having a fairly fucking hard time with it years ago. It's just I don't know what to say about it. It's just, you get punished so hard by getting hit in combat and losing a bunch of health, then the stress element on top of it for each character in your party, and then having people be so stressed out that they're not following your orders, and then you're in a harder dungeon, and then you die, and it's one of those just like permadeath, and you have to start from scratch again. And I remember watching a Joseph Anderson video about it, being like, oh, it's so like it's broken to a point, like it's not fun to play, but at the same time I'm looking at it going like, I respect it so much that I'm just like, when I was putting this list together, I'm like, oh, Vanquish Godhard number 1. I'm like, nah, that feels like this, like that.
Because you can get through Godhard like without too much trouble now, because you did it a little bit.
This is a game I could not beat. Like, I could not beat it, and like maybe I'll, now talking about it again, I haven't played it in probably a year and a half or so, but maybe I'll try to start it up again and maybe stream it, and then have some Darkest Dungeon nerds tell me what to do. But
you're doing it wrong. You got to put the guy in the darker I don't know.
Yeah, but it's just like, I couldn't think of putting it anywhere else but number 1. I could not. And it's just
I remember that game, like you playing it, and when it wasn't your honorable mentions, I was like, oh, that has to be it. That's number 1.
Oh, really? You thought of that?
Yeah. And my two like people I watched play it. I think I watched you like a tiny bit, Sid.
Sure.
But I remember watching Moon like really struggle with it.
Yeah.
And then I watched Barbara's King actually doing like shockingly well in it. I was like, wow, Barb's like a god. What the fuck?
It's such a hard game. So anybody that plays like that game well without being like a there's a streamer called like Dolphin. I can't remember what his name is, but it's like Dolphin something or something Dolphin. And his like streaming career, he plays like Slay the Spire now a lot, but he played a shit ton of Darkest Dungeon. And if your focus isn't just those games, I can't imagine being good at them. And the fact that Barbara's King just kind of jumped in and was really good at them is actually insane.
Well, at least like the brief period I saw, it seemed like you knew what he was doing.
Yeah, same. No, I
didn't get the whole picture though. So.
I'm in the same boat, but yeah. So my justifiably number one is Darkest Dungeon.
Makes sense. You know, there's a sequel, isn't there? Isn't there a sequel?
There is. I don't want to play it. the Darkest Dungeon.
The Darkest Dungeon, yeah.
I want to. Before I play Darkest Dungeon 2, I want to beat Darkest Dungeon. So maybe I'll make that like a goal of mine. Maybe I'll start streaming.
Are you gonna go like easiest difficulty?
Yeah, probably.
The world's darkest dungeon.
Yeah, you know what, Trey? You streamed XCOM 2 on the easiest difficulty, and I'll stream Darkest Dungeon on the easiest difficulty.
But we'll you know what? I refuse to play XCOM 2 on Switch again. It runs so badly.
Yeah.
If I play it again, I want to get the PC version.
That makes sense.
Like, holy shit.
I'm with you.
It's like frustratingly slow on Switch.
But with that, those are our top 10. This is the longest pod we've ever done. This is
by far.
This is half of a workday.
Thank you, Plankton and Kao, for sticking through with us. But it's been a great time. I really enjoyed hearing about all these games.
Yeah, and like a wide variety. Like with our top 10, there was a lot. There wasn't very much bleed over, but there was
the cliche Souls-like games, but then like quite a bit beyond that.
Yeah, there was less bleed over. It's like Sure Sunshine twice, XCOM kind of, and then pre-patch Back 4 Blood, and that's kind of the only bleed over we have. But
Baba.
Yeah, longest podcast we've ever done. If we should go through them again, I can do the go through, but I guess I kind of want to wrap it up first and then just kind of wrap it up with actually end it with me going through the lists and then saying goodbye.
Okay.
But yeah.
Sounds good.
Kao, Plankton, again, thank you for sitting with us for over 4 hours and just kind of talking about video games. It's not like the hardest thing to do, but like kudos to you guys.
It's not the world's hardest thing to do. That's true.
Because we know what actually is.
I know it is.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe I should try that game again and be like, "Oh fuck, Kao was right."
Good luck. Good luck.
But do you guys have anything? Do you guys have anything to say? Plankton, your first podcast appearance. Do you have anything to say as we wrap up? Before
Any
we wrap
shout
up?
outs?
Thanks for watching my first appearance on the podcast. Anybody that's watching or listening, yeah.
Solid.
Yo.
And then
shout outs to episode 3, 13, and 33, as well as now 44 of the podcast. Those are the best episodes on the show.
That's what I'm saying.
Shout outs to my mom. Thanks for watching. Shout outs to
Plankton's girlfriend.
Sid and Plankton's girlfriend.
True.
Shout outs to Trey. Shout outs to Mario, my main man, holding it down, holding down the fort. And
Tomorrow.
And with that, I am going to read through the top 10s as we have formulated them.
I have one more thing to say. If it's your birthday right now while you're watching this video, happy birthday!
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
We didn't forget. We know you're there.
Shoutouts.
You thought we'd forget, but it's actually the end of this podcast. But yeah, so with that, I'm just going to run through all of them. Trey, his top 10 for hardest games of all time. Number 10, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. Monkey Ball Jr. Mario The Lost Levels. Pre-patch Back 4 Blood. Specifically pre-patch. Nothing after that. It's an easy game.
Yes.
I Want to Be the Guy at number 5. Dark Souls. The trilogy, essentially. Elden Ring, number 3. Steven's Sausage Roll, number 2. And XCOM 2's load times at number 1.
Honestly.
On the Switch. KO at the talc level.
Yep.
At number 10, Monster Hunter World plus Rise. Number 9, Sekiro. Cuphead in the quartz level. Number 7, pre-patch Back for Blood and FTL Faster Than Light. FTR for the record. Number 5, Rain World. And in Diamond level, Defense of the Ancients, right? Defense of the Ancients. I said
the
Ancients.
Second installment. That's correct.
The second installment. I said Defense of the Agents earlier.
Yeah, Defense of the Agents.
I was just like, wait, that's wrong. Number 3, Baba Is You. Respectable choice. Number 2, 5D chess with extra dimensional time travel.
5D chess with
even the name of the game
is the name of this game.
With extra
5D chess with multiverse time travel.
Multiverse time travel. Okay. My bad. And then on the S rank, number 1, the world's hardest game, which
it is
aptly named, apparently.
Truly.
I've never heard of it. You guys all have played it. I've never heard of it.
I haven't heard of it.
Hey,
it's a classic Flash game.
Classic Flash game.
And then Plankton's top 10, Donkey Kong 64, Geometry Dash, Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, Crash Bandicoot, Wrath of Cortex, then Half-Life. At number 5, Mario DDR, still the most confusing pick of the bunch, probably. League of Legends, Super Mario Sunshine, also a respectable choice because I picked that one as well. Silent Hill 2 and the game you just lost, Get Fucked. At number
or
1.
Melee.
No. Or Melee. Sorry. And then my top 10s are Bloodborne in the predictable Souls-like fashion. Number 9, Bulletstorm. Number 8, Baba Is You. Number 7, Gran Turismo 5, also a confusing pick, I will admit. Number 6, Rocket League. Number 5, Super Mario Sunshine for the Nintendo GameCube, released in 2002.
Thank you.
Number 4, Vanquish God Hard, specifically God Hard. Hard is actually easy. XCOM Enemy Unknown, Cedar's Puzzle Reboot, and then number 1, and I can't place it anywhere else, Darkest Dungeon. So thanks everybody for listening to our top 10s. Longest podcast we have ever recorded. Thanks for all 3 of you for joining me on this venture down our hardest games experiences. And next week we'll be back with something else. Thanks for listening.
Something a lot shorter than this.
Probably. This has been Video Games Are Hard.
Most likely.
This has been episode 44 of Video Games Are Hard. See you next week. Bye.
Later.